Checking your physique, I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away. You got me in that dilemma.
Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. It's now day 8 of building Muster Minutes, the web app that I'm currently building with Ruby on Rails and ChatGPT and all of the fun stuff that we're doing there. It's now Thursday. Obviously I was off yesterday, so Tuesday was our day 7, and at the end of Tuesday we were really struggling with a bug, which means we are back to struggling with that bug. We are currently building out a transcription editor. So in our UI, we can go into meetings, we can find the meeting that's got a transcript going on. And here is our transcript editor, which we can type in and add new words and stuff. And one of the problems we found that we were trying to do is we're trying to mark up every single one of these words. And I didn't want to have to deal with this bug just in the context of this app. There's a lot of other things going on. The transcript editor, obviously, is all happening. So I've reproduced the issue in a code sandbox, and that's what we're going to work on today. I think we're going to try and see if we can finally crack this concept that we're trying to build and get that working. That is the plan. So we're going to jump straight into that. And hey. So here's the code sandbox that I've been working on. It's telling me there's a new editor version. Let's just reload the page then. What we're going to do is just fork this, if we can, create a new sandbox based on that. And can we hide this screen? Command B on it hides it, yes, but it doesn't hide the sidebar. View, toggle sidebar, Command B. What I was doing. Anyway. Hey ho. So what we've got here is we've got simple index HTML file, which just has the editor, an output preview, and the script included. We have simple styles, which basically for every word we add a border underneath it, and if it's a type of punctuation, we set a different color, so we can see that here. Each one of these words have a word mark around them, so we've got a paragraph where each word is marked, and the last exclamation mark has a type of punctuation. You can see those styled accordingly. In our index.js, we only have one file, and we have our tip-tap core, our document, our paragraph, and our text, and we've got a word mark. And our word mark introduces some input rules, and those input rules are supposed to automatically allow every single character that you type to be marked or unmarked correctly. And this is what we built at the end of our last session. We have 3 input rules, one of them where every word gets marked, one of them where any punctuation gets marked accordingly, and then the other one that any white space gets unmarked. And so with those 3 input rules, we should have a experience where you can type a bunch of stuff and the marks and get added and removed accordingly. The rest of the stuff that's going on in here isn't too much. We've got some simple stuff to be able to kind of preview on update, get the output element, set its context, and so that's what we've got going on here. Now the problem that we have at the moment is if I am in here, I'm at the end of the exclamation mark at the moment, I press space. Now our space, you can see, has gone into the mark type punctuation, and then I type H. We're still in the type of punctuation. At this point, we should have expected a gap here and the H to be a new color. If I delete those two, then I'll do something different. If I press space, the first space, as you saw before, is inside the punctuation. I press space again. The space that I've just added has been removed, and the space previous has been unmarked. Right. Now we'll type a letter that could be the start of a word. So we'll type capital H. The H hasn't been marked. That's a bit odd. But anyway, we'll continue typing the word hello. Type E. Now the E's been destroyed, and now the H is inside the word and it's been marked correctly. But the letter got destroyed and the mark got put in. But it happens every second character of that type of input rule. And so that's kind of where we're at the moment with this bug. Obviously, it's not ideal. And that's the problem we have at the moment. We've got to try and solve. So we're going to try and see if we can solve that. We spent a lot of time on this on Tuesday. So I'm not sure how much more time I want to spend on this option. This does feel like the best solution. There are other opportunities we can follow though that don't involve this approach, so we could potentially explore them. But I want to try and solve this. This feels like it should work. I think we're close to diagnosing what's going on, so we'll continue. So we console log the mark word. If I clear the console out and I delete these and go back to this, the first time I press space. Now, one of the things I was doing recently, and it doesn't seem to have helped, is this. So I'll comment this out for now. This is one of the observations I made as I was going through this. What is that syntax highlighting? I don't know. If I'm in here and I press space, you'll see that the range here, the from and the to, are the same, 18. Now, if I go and have, so I put tip tap in the window as well. So if I go tip tap dot state dot selection, can I just do selection? I can't remember how. Dot from is 19, to is 19. So where we are at is 19. Set. For one of the things we can, like, so we are at 19, but the white space said it was 18. So in theory, we're currently here, and that means our from is 19 and our to is 19. If we put our cursor immediately after the exclamation mark, our from is now 18, and our to is 18. So really, when we set that mark, what we really wanted to say was that, and that means our to is 19 and our from is 18. So one of the things I did here was, if the from is equal to the to, we probably need to move one across as well in our range. Our range doesn't make sense, and so we need to apply our range. We need to increase our to by 1, because our to is always kind of 1 behind. So I've tried that. It makes no difference, and that kind of leads me to believe that the state at that point isn't, we can't add the mark or remove the mark to a character that we just added, because we've only just added that character. And that's how I feel it's going at the moment. I think what we'll just do then is, let's give ourselves some space in here, do some stuff. So if from is equal to 2, let's console log. We don't need to console log that there. Tip-tap.state. I'm going to log the state. What I want to see really is kind of the output at this time. And so how do we get the output? We get HTML. So we could just do tip-tap.get HTML. At that point, that could work, maybe. We'll see. And so we'll clear this out. This is only when we're typing characters at the moment, so we'll type space, and then we'll do H. Yeah, so you see when we press that key, our character hasn't yet been added. Which is bizarre. So GitHub. What was this for? This was tip tap dev. And we'll go to GitHub. I think we're narrowing down on the problem here. Going to core source. So this is part of the input rules plugin. And then in the input rule plugin, we call this run function. And this is where we do our stuff. Now, we call the handler. And then if it's null or there's no steps, we return. Otherwise we dispatched our transaction. When are we running? Handle text input. We're running when we run handle text input. We're also potentially doing key down. So so our input rules, these are when our input rules are running. So our input rules run from handling text input, handling DOM events, specifically composition end. Also when we key down, add support of input rules to trigger on enter. This is, for example, on code blocks. If it's not equal to enter, return false. So this is when you press enter, which we're not worrying about right now. Okay, so it looks like our main one really is probably a handle text input. And if we go back to here, plugin. Now, handle text input. That could also be a prose mirror plugin. Handle text input. Whenever the user directly input text, this handler is called before the input is applied. If it returns true, the behavior of the actually inserting text is suppressed. So that's why when we are able to do a transaction, our character gets disappeared. So whenever we actually do one of these, the character goes, because it's like, oh, actually that applied now. Which is annoying, because that's not actually what we want to happen. We want to return false. So that's one thing, that's annoying. Like, we're going to have to figure that out. Our run function, we return whatever our run function returns, which means we return matched. Now, we only return matched if the handler is null. Well, there is a handler, so it's not null. Or there's no steps to apply. And I think there's steps to apply because we haven't dispatched. So actually, I think if we just did the view dispatch, we probably can. There's no way of dispatching through there, so we're going to kind of have to be a bit cheeky in some of the ways that we're approaching the problem there. We are going to have to do view dispatch tr. Now, I've tried this and it breaks. So there's probably more that I need to tidy up somehow. This is going to have to be tip tap view dispatch, and that's because we are pulling tip tap from our window. So technically this is window.tiptap. Clear. I'm going to dispatch our tr. So anytime we have the TR, that's if there is a TR, to be honest, because if there's no transaction, if tr.steps, is it? Is that what they do down here? tr.steps.length. .length. Then we're going to dispatch it. Hey Razwan, how's it going? I'm good, thank you. Trying to solve this annoying bug that I've got with TipTap at the moment. My god, how come just come across a Ruby coding stream? Yeah, I'm actually not doing much Ruby right now, but I'm doing some front end stuff. But the app that I'm building is all built in Ruby on Rails. So I'm building a application where you can upload meeting recordings, audio files, and it will then use AWS Transcribe to transcribe them. The bit that I'm currently working on is this transcription editor, using the tip-tap library in JavaScript. And then we'll be sending this over to ChatGPT to turn it into minutes. At the moment, I'm just using a remote Ruby podcast episode for kind of working with and demoing and working with that. But yeah, at the moment, I'm fiddling with JavaScript annoyingly, but yeah, we're trying to do it the Hotwire way, essentially. So no React, no Vue, anything like that. Keeping it lightweight. Making it harder for myself. As part of this transcription editor, I'm trying to create this new word mark for the tip-tap engine. And basically the idea is every word gets marked because I now want metadata, so each word will have a start and an end time about when it was said in the audio or the meeting. But if you type in here, then I want every single word to be marked correctly. Yeah. Making it harder for yourself is the best thing as a programmer. Yeah, I enjoy the challenge. I do like to push the boundary there and see how much we can actually do with just plain JavaScript most of the time. I think that boundary is actually further than most people generally think. I think there's a lot we can do without having to turn to something like React or anything like that. Hey, thank you for the follow. So the bit that I'm doing here is I only want to dispatch the transaction if there is transactions to apply. Yep. Do space, applying a mismatched transaction. Do you use GPT-4 or 3? Mostly going to be using 4, I think. We'll see. I kind of, it depends on the use case a lot of the time. Sometimes there's times when 3 makes sense, but as I'm coding, I tend to use ChatGPT a lot just for asking general questions. I've got the plus on here as well. Also, the character that I've got here for kind of some of the icons, that was done through GPT-4 DALL-E as well, through ChatGPT. So yeah, I've been using it a lot as I've been kind of streaming and building this out. But yeah, when it comes to the API, it will depend. I think we'll probably need 4 for this. But it keeps evolving so quick. So the very first version of this that I mocked together that was kind of not code but used for an actual meeting, I had to divide up each part of the meeting by the agenda point because of the context limits. But since then, they've massively increased the context limits. So I don't know what this applying a mismatched transaction refers to. I think for technical, GPT-4 is good. GPT-3 is good for just normal questions. Yeah, the other thing GPT-4 is good for, I think, is whenever the relationships between the things that are being covered in prompt get a little bit more complex. So in a meeting where there's kind of multiple people speaking and it needs to understand kind of the context of some of that stuff that's going on, I think GPT-4 becomes more valuable at that point, which is why I'm probably going to need it for the purpose of what I'm trying to build here. But But yeah, definitely there's a time and a place for GPT-3 as well. Like it's cheaper and more efficient in some ways. So when you can use GPT-3, it's definitely worth weighing up those pros and cons and seeing whether it works. So I think that's one of the things we'll do once I get to that stage of writing up those minutes. We'll see what the output is like for both GPT-3 and GPT-4. I suppose it's 3.5 now, but yeah. Buying a mismatched transaction. Yeah. Oh, prose mirror, there we go. I suppose really we are in the prose mirror world here. Mismatched transaction errors mean that something is trying to dispatch a transaction that doesn't start from the view's current state. You create a transaction. Why start from scratch? Actually, I do that often, but still, why? Oh, you mean the project? Well, the version before was one that it wasn't code, so I was using a random transcript service online that I found, and then I was manually taking those files and kind of breaking it down, just text files, and then I was pasting it into did I paste it in or did I call the API? Might have called the API, but it wasn't a product. I'm trying to build this into something that actually just makes it easier for you to upload the file. The transcription stuff is all done. Build a bit of a product around that kind of version that I'd manually done. Yeah, there was a lot of hassle of like a lot of manual work, and you have to understand how all of those different pieces work together in order to be able to do that. Where really I kind of want an off-the-shelf solution, and I also wanted to just build something from scratch and do a bit of a project as well. And we'll get to do a bit of everything, design and development across the whole stack there. And I might add some extra features along the way as well that help create better meetings. Perhaps build an agenda creator in here, because that was the other thing that I had to do manually. I want the prompt needs context to the agenda as well, so probably needs to be some sort of agenda builder at some point. So there was a few things in there that at the moment it's very manual to do it still, and I wanted to just ease that process. So yeah, not necessarily starting from scratch, but basically built a rough what do you call it, mechanical Turked approach, and then building a product around that. You create the transaction, but then don't synchronously dispatch it. It'll be possible for another transaction to happen in the meantime, which makes your transaction invalid. The rest of your stack trace. The error likely points at the code that's dispatching. Okay. What? So the rule handler gets called. And the handler is equal to the rule handler, so that true or false? I guess I could just return false in here. That's the other option. Not in there. Keep looking at that code, but actually I'm done with sandbox. Polymath, huh? I'll try to be. Don't necessarily. It's a big ask. Joking. JK. Yeah, aspiring polymath, I think, is what I have in my bio somewhere. I shouldn't need to do that because we definitely have the steps. Return false. I'm thinking maybe return false stops us from dispatching twice. So I'm thinking there is if I return true in the handler. Well, I could return null. I need to return null is basically what I say. The handler returns null, it stops here. I don't want it to dispatch again because I don't want match to be true, and therefore I don't want it to return matched as true. I want match to return as false, Where's matched? Matched is false. So I need matched to return false. Is the thinking. So this needs to actually return null. Null. Let's go there. One. Save. Space. Okay, so we're now actually not losing the... We're not losing the characters now. So that's already improved. So before, when we don't do this return null and this dispatch ourselves, what was happening was we were losing the character. We're getting somewhere now. So this is the, is it for chat system? No, so this is tip tap. Each one of these words will be marked up. In fact, if I look at this inspect element, I already kind of have this working in this version, but obviously with the bugs. What you're seeing here is that every single one of these words have a span wrapped around them, with a type of pronunciation or punctuation, a start time and an end time. And so the idea is there's obviously this audio up here that it's really loud, but if I play it, it's the podcast episode, and each one of these words has the start and the end time, and that's the start. So that'll be, I guess, 15 seconds into this audio will be the word R, and then 15.72 seconds, that'll be the end of that word. So I guess if I let it play.
We're live at the Rails World after party. Yeah, we can close the door.
Yeah.
And we're without
Chris, and that's 15 seconds, and then it's just about to, so without Chris, it's just as it touches into 15 seconds, 15.579 seconds is the word R. So you can see that the kind of, there's a start and an end time, all of this metadata, and what I want to do is while you're playing the audio, each word gets highlighted, so there'll be some state somewhere, and I can use CSS to just target, or JavaScript or whatever, to target each one of these words and apply a highlight to them as the audio is playing. Or if you click into that specific word or double click on that word, skip the audio to that time is another thing that I want to do. So kind of synchronize these two. And the idea is AWS Transcribe, or any transcription service, doesn't have to be AWS, but that's the one I'm using. They do a pretty good job at getting 95% of the way there. But that last 5%, you kind of need to go through and give it a tweak, and you need to go in here and set the speaker. It's like, actually, that wasn't Chris, that was Andy or whoever it might have been who said that specific thing, or maybe this word here was part of that speaker. So being able to edit the transcript that gets produced is quite important. And then once I've got the transcript out, I will then send that to OpenAI for ChatGPT to generate the minutes. Yeah, highlighting the spoken word, and then also navigating the audio as well. And I think there might be some other things as well, but I can't think of them yet. Let's see. Play. Okay, cool. But the problem I was running into is I want that to continue. I want the words to, so if you add in new words, I want them to be marked up correctly, because then I'm going to extract those words and put them back into the original format and use that transcription. So I want those new words that you add to be marked up correctly. So hence why I'm kind of building this a separate thing out over here where it does that. I had two problems going on here. One of them was that whenever it adds a mark, it removes the character you just added. So I've solved that here by dispatching and then returning null. What device are you using? So I'm on a Mac. Yeah, I've got a MacBook M1 Pro. The 14-inch M1 MacBook Pro. I think that's right. Yeah. Yeah. We dispatch that. Now we're not deleting the... So it's not quite there. I'm still... The next problem I have is that actually... I almost need to add the character for myself so that then I can add the mark, because otherwise... And then this could just return. This could do its default behavior if I add the character in myself. Perhaps there's like an insert character. Oh man, I do my work on my 7 second gen. It's a 2011 processor. Is that Mac 7 or is that Windows machine? I can't remember if the Macs, the MacBooks before had the Intel chips. What Intel chips they have. I have a, I don't remember what the specs are on mine. I've got a separate Windows gaming PC that I use, but I can't remember what the specs are on it. Maybe it's on PC Part Picker? PC Windows. One of these has my PC in it. Yeah, this is... Yeah, I have an i7 in my desktop PC. But I rarely use this anymore. But yeah, this is the specs of my kind of main desktop PC with Windows on it. I mostly just use that for gaming now. Yeah, the MacBook does really well on the streaming and just doing this. I've got CPU usage of like 4%. Yeah. No drop frames. Pretty good. Pretty sweet. Okay, so. What did we had the... I go back. What are we calling? This is part of our input rule plugin, handle text input. Let's see if ChatGPT can actually give us some guidance here. I'm building a prose mirror plugin. Is that what I'm doing? That does. Actually, I do animation for my main job. Coding is just a curiosity. That's cool. What do you I'll start again there. What do you animate in? What kind of software do you use? I'm putting a prose mirror plugin. It will. What's the words I'm looking for? There's a word. It handles. It calls this. I need my input rule to run after the text has been applied. Okay, it's asking me questions. The reason it's asking me questions is because in my config I've got a custom instruction to ask me questions. Which is sometimes useful, sometimes annoying, but what's it going to come up with? So it wants to know a specific use case. I want to wrap or unwrap a mark around text that has just been entered. We might end up building our own plugin here. That's kind of annoying if we do have to do that. I'd rather just use what TipTap are providing us, but timing and trigger. Immediately after animate an After Effects as animation and Premiere Pro's composition. Sometimes everyone likes that. That's cool. Yeah, I've done some stuff in Premiere. I do a lot of video stuff in, I say a lot, not much, but I do some video stuff in DaVinci now. DaVinci tends to be the one that I spend most time in when I'm doing that stuff, but I haven't done any animation stuff really when it comes to video. Stuff like that. I've done a fair amount of animation stuff with the web, HTML, CSS. I've actually done a fair amount of CSS animation over the years and interactive with stuff like that. Thinking about it now. Lots of loading screens where I've had to like try to entertain the user about information that's being discovered or generated or whatever. So a couple of previous projects where I've had to do that, where one of them we were passing information from documents you'd uploaded, and so it would be like you'd upload a insurance policy for your house or car or whatever, and it would say, oh, it's a house insurance policy, and it would come along like, oh, it's for this address and it's for this detail and you've got this on here and it's for these people, and like those would animate onto the screen. Stuff like that. I've done a fair amount of stuff like that. But yeah, nothing video kind of After Effects or Premiere Pro or anything like that. I'm going to wrap or unwrap a mark around some of the text that's just been entered. This should be done every time. Every time. No framework. We're using vanilla JS, baby. I'll do. What? I could create a plugin. Handle text input gets called before the text input is captured, though. Once a guy asked to use CSS to animate, I got furious and told him to give me to okay, never heard from him ever. Yeah, it's a different way of doing it. You can, I mean, a lot of the stuff I've had to do with CSS and HTML has also been JavaScript as well. There is some cool stuff now. Like, I think when I first did those projects, there weren't many options for being able to kind of inject into the animation information, which is what we needed to do in that case, because a lot of the information was dynamic. So it was like, it was kind of following a template, but each time the stuff that was being injected in was dynamic. But now I think there's all sorts of stuff. Is it Lottie that can do After Effects or something? I think if you check Lottie out, Lottie's pretty cool. Yeah, web modding is way easier now. Yeah. Is Lottie based on After Effects? I've got a feeling. Yeah, there's a plugin for it. You can After Effects plugin for Lottie files. So yeah, it's made that whole integration much easier, I think. returning true means the character that
Listen to me speak, but just say what you want. What words will you keep?
pen transaction.
You assume the worst, but that is yet to come. Because he caused it first,
Okay.
and now we've come undone.
Append transaction allows the plugin to append another transaction to be applied after given array of transactions. I don't have the other transactions though. When another plugin appends a transaction after this is called. Okay, not sure that's quite what I'm looking for, but the more you know. Background old music playing. Okay. What does this want me to do? This is saying finding any of the transactions that are applying. If there is a text input transaction, see, it's this kind of higher level. Like whenever we're appending transactions or adding a transaction to the queue, it sees whether there is one that's going to replace, and then it runs that code. Yeah, that could work. I don't want to do it like that. Could I alternatively just add back in the character as part of handle text input? Append is not good for the future. Yeah, I mean, I think that's plugging into, there is like, I think the way that works is every time I call this, so this tr.remove mark doesn't actually do the transaction, then it does it when I call dispatch. So I think what actually happens here is there is like a queue of transactions, which is why there's like tr.steps. And every time you call this, it's actually adding that to a queue of transactions. And that append transaction is called whenever that happens. So whenever I call like remove mark, that would be a pending transaction. And I think that's kind of what it's doing. So that probably is a better way of doing it. It just, I don't have just this one. I'd need to build a whole system around it. I don't want to have to replace, am I on YouTube? Yep. But I'm just multi-streaming. I don't have any other videos on there really other than these streams at the moment. But yeah, same username, Josh Ant Brown. So mostly just using it as a kind of repository of these videos. Yeah, I don't want to have to rebuild the entirety of this plugin that's in here. Like, this is 260 lines of code that's done in one way. I don't want to have to rebuild something else in a different way. The view is there as well. It's annoying that I have to get the view myself. Hey, thank you. You found me. I think you're my first viewer on YouTube. Discovery on YouTube is a challenge, I think, when it comes to live streaming, unless you're actually producing proper videos. I need to produce some proper videos at some point. I don't want to have to build that again. What was ChatGPT saying? Can I add this in? Insert text. I don't know, insert text is a thing. I feel like you made that up. No, insert text. Replace the given range or selection if no range is given with a text node containing the given string. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Let's see. I have to say it first. Yeah. I'm back here again. I didn't want to be in that far. I want to be over here. I'm removing the mark. tr.insert text. Is it a transaction first? Is probably the thing I need to check. These are all in yeah, so they're in transactions. So there is a tr.insert text. The text that I want to insert is gonna be the very last character from whatever's in here. So let's just check. Match.input probably is gonna be our best bet here. Store as a global variable. temp1.input. We want the last character, so we kind of want to go temp1.input.length -1. Is that going to work? I guess it's the last character. Obviously it's not temp1 up here. Let's just add in a const, which is last character. Last car equals match.input match.input.length -1. Came here again, subject YouTube. Cheers, thank you for the sub. I don't have any alerts set up over there at the moment. I need to figure out what the deal is for all of that stuff. I'm kind of new to the YouTube part. Yeah, I used to stream some video games like years ago, and that's when I got my affiliate, and then stopped. And then, yeah, in the last couple of weeks I've just been streaming kind of programming stuff, building this out. So I'm a lot more familiar with Twitch than I am on the YouTube side. I don't know what's going on here. Why is it? Choose my version. Why would my version be out of date? That's the last character. In theory, the last character here should be a space, but I want to build this in a way that's probably the same for the most part for all of these. So we're going to get the last character. What we're going to do with the last character is we're going to insert it, and then we're going to insert it from and to. I guess really it's the to. Or the from. Not sure. YouTube way tough with the third parties. He's a bit hot-headed, you know. Yeah. Do I want this to be to or from? To or from? I don't know. We'll figure it out, I suppose. Okay, so this should... Oh. If I'm doing this, one of the things I need to do... G is an aviator. Yeah, I've got I picked up my private pilot's license. Almost 2 years now. I've had it almost 2 years. Started learning in 2021 and then got my license in 2022. beginning of 2022. I don't need to dispatch that anymore. Space. No, it's not what I wanted. The Twitter, should I say X? Got all your hit. Yeah, it's all in there. It's all on my Twitter. Yeah, I have everything on Twitter. Twitter's like the main platform I use, and I don't really share that much on there, but occasionally I do. What is going on here? This is a mess. Okay, maybe this wants to be from. Or maybe we are just perhaps we're just inserting the text that's already there. We'll leave it as from for now. Because this could just be the matched input. Or the matched 0, like. That could work. Let's save that there though. Refresh. Base. Well. From and to. Why is it going out of sync? That's annoying. And refresh because something weird seems to be going on. So this is for the space. When I'm in there and I press space, the space got added to the right place, but my cursor didn't move. Move my cursor. Why is that annoying? Don't know a lot about this, but I found this. What have we got here? Highlighting the text while speech is progressing. This looks like an Android app. I think it's about Java. Yeah, it's mobile apps. What do they say though? Text view consists of string and 2 buttons. While I click the speak button, it gets converted, but I want to highlight the word while the speech is running. Yeah, if it was just the speech part, it's probably fairly easy to do the highlighting part. But the bit that I have that's a bit of a challenge, and the bit that's really causing the friction, is the editing, because this is a rich text editor. So this is a text area that you can type into and type stuff and manually build this out yourself if you really wanted to. That adds a lot of complication. But if it was just the text highlighting, then yeah, I could probably just wrap each one of these with the spans. That's I've already done that. That's already showing you the spans in here. The highlighting these as the text, as the audio is playing, or clicking on these and skipping the audio is probably the easier part. The bit that's kind of awkward is when I press enter and start typing hello, this is something that was said but not captured correctly. None of these words have the audio, like word marks around them. Maybe that's okay, but yeah, I want to try and make sure these are marked up properly. If I look at the if I inspect this, then that's suddenly saying it's all just one word. So that's one of the challenges I'm kind of having there. It's mostly dealing with this input editor. And I'm probably spending more time on it than it probably deserves, because I can probably find a different solution that doesn't involve such a in-depth editor. Or in-depth editing experience. Like generally the transcribe services are gonna get better, and there'll probably be less need to change stuff. The only thing that will definitely need to change is the speaker, because they won't know who's who. But one of the things I notice it does a lot is this, where it's like, ladies and gentlemen and award-winning Ruby developer, for Solidified, we did it, we made, and then suddenly it is like on the next person. So I have to go split this, bring this back, enter, or space. And that cheers was someone else speaking, but the word it thought it was the other way around. So often there's stuff like that that needs just fixing. Kind of annoyingly. That's probably something ChatGPT could probably just fix. You send in the transcript and go, fix all the places where the end of the last sentence moves on to the next person's character speech. But I think I'm close to having it. The only bit that's in here now is that the character, like my selection, doesn't get moved. There is a selection set. Set selection. I wonder if I can do like tr.set selection, and then maybe do a range, which is like from. It says to take a selection. Now to call pros mirror tr.set selection. The data from transcribe is deleted every time edited. It actually maintains the words that are there. It's when I add new words is the main problem. And my thinking is when I add those new words, it's going to have to estimate the time difference. So if I add something between here and here, it's going to kind of split the time and go, okay, well, whatever was said between these two times, and the average word, like, divide that by how many words perhaps, or like I'm gonna have to figure something out there as well eventually if I want the words you type to also be in there, or some way of setting it manually. I guess the closest thing to what I'm trying to build is I've seen online there's like a React BBC transcript editor, and so I'm kind of rebuilding this. I didn't want to use this because one, it's in React and I'm trying not to use React, and two, the last work on this was maybe 2 years ago, and the 2 years ago was just updating the package JSON file, and it says it's a work in progress, and I didn't really want to pick up a work in progress piece of code that isn't really being maintained anymore. I mean, if I look in here and look at these different, as they were using projects, components refactor, it looks like it's in the middle of being worked on, but the demo they have is fairly close to what I'm trying to build. So if I load this demo, what you'll see is the speakers on the left, timestamps. You can go in here and type words. These words are obviously highlighted different. Actually, they've just unhighlighted, but the audio as it plays, which I'm going to have to turn the volume down somehow on mute. As it plays, does it highlight? Yeah, it highlights like that. So essentially I'm trying to build something similar to this, Their version takes in different types of transcripts, so we're using Amazon Transcribe. The export could be, I mean, it could be anything really. It could be different caption type files. It could be VTTs, anything like that. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm trying to build essentially there. Gives a bit more of a picture to it. And then, yeah, double click on a word, skips the audio or the video file wherever it needs to go. But if there's a change you need to make, you can quickly go in and just do that. Double clicking on hello, like that's the other thing. Like, it's interesting here. If I go in here and testing one world, 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, there's a bug there, which is why I'm not using it for my purposes. But if I go in here and type test, if I double click on the word test,
was super cool. Sorry, I thought this was super cool.
It knows that's in there somewhere between that timestamp. It's the same, but yeah, it did just have a very similar bug. It's not exactly the same because their back end is completely different. So I think for this they're using I looked in the code, they're using not docs, there's the packages, components, timed text editor, which is essentially what I'm building. Custom editor, they're using draft.js, that was it. So they're using draft.js as the backend, which is a rich text editor framework for React. And again, I'm trying to avoid React. So, but yeah, this is it's a pretty decent rich text editor. But pretty much any rich text editor, whether it's Draft, whether it's TipTap, whether it's Slate, I've done a lot of Slate.js. They're all a pain. They are all excruciatingly frustrating. Hashtag avoid React. It's not so much React. React isn't a problem. I've done a lot of stuff with React. Spent the last 5 years building stuff with React and React Native. It's really valuable in many ways, but there are also other options to explore. But yeah, Slate's another one that I've used. I don't think Slate, it works with React, but I don't think it forces you to use React. I think you can. They have a Slate React library, but I actually think Slate can be used without. Does it have the install? Maybe it is one that's also forced on React. I'm not sure, but there are, yeah. TipTap seems to be the one that's in trend at the moment. It's based on top of Prose Mirror, which is another kind of toolkit library, and Prose Mirror actually appears in a lot of places. Loads of rich text editors have been built on top of Prose Mirror, and TipTap's one of them that people can build on top of. I think we're close. I think we're trying to set a selection. Text selection create. I just want to set the cursor to the end position. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. I've got to create a new selection. New selection, anchor, head. The result anchor of the selection. The head of the selection. The side that moves when the selection is modified. The side that stays in place when the selection is modified. I don't know. The thing we were doing was insert text. when I call insert text, I want the cursor to be moved accordingly. That's what I want. Insert the text that the design is that is optional. So I can just send one of those. So I don't actually, because that is a bit weird at the moment. Although it's not, because what I've done now is I'm replacing the. Not there. Stop. I'm going to close that window. I keep going there rather than going here. I'm replacing the entire range now, rather than just inserting. So I'm kind of swapping out, which I guess makes sense as to why that's a problem. Maybe if I did the last character, and then rather than doing the from and the to, I just do like at the to. And this is just for spaces. Space. That. Okay. To is the wrong thing, it's the from. Maybe it's not the from. It adds new paragraphs at the moment. That's definitely not what I want. Adding new paragraphs is not what I intended here. Okay. Yeah. Let's just do map 0 again. And then we'll do the from and the to. We're back to setting the selection. What does .near do? Find a cursor or leaf node at a given position. Okay. Set selection. Dot near. And then 2. Yes, kind of what I want to do there. The selection. Where am I getting selection from? Where does text selection come from? Comes from the Prose Miller State package. Can I get it via TipTap? Because I don't know if I have that package directly. TipTap. Selection. Select all, select node, set selection. I could run a command, but the command's going to run instantly, and I don't think the command's going to run instantly, and then the other stuff isn't. So, Perhaps I could find the command set text selection in here. Commands set text selection. What do? They call tip tap PM state and then set selection. Commands are just adding if dispatch. I don't know if it's going to call it straight away. Let's just see whether we can use the command. I think if we can just do this, probably easier. Again, not that. Oh, move that to the end. So rather than doing that, what we'll do is set that to in space. Yeah, that's what I thought might happen. So what's it actually doing? At end dot from the TR. Resolved from min max. Position. Type of position is number, then it returns from position to position. So let's just maybe create a little helper, and then we'll have to import selection from tip tap TM. What's this range and raw commands? I'm not using those there, am I? No. But min and max is a utility. Resolved from, resolved end is really the core of it. And then this text selection comes from tip tap /pm /state, which I do have installed. So what we're doing is the selection goes there. This becomes tr.set selection. The resolve from should be the 2 to the 2. And then we should be importing text selection from at tip tap /pm /state. Does that work? Save that. Go over here. Refresh. Place. Again, it didn't set the selection. Maybe I did the from and the to. From to. It should in this case. Oh, where's doc coming from? Because doc doesn't exist anywhere. State tr.doc. So in this version, it should highlight. I mean, space. Okay, still not moving our cursor. It's annoying. I think I might have to just create this as a custom plugin. It's probably going to be way easier if I was just able to not be constrained so much by this find. Editor.state. I thought we could do is tr. Oh, that's what it was using in here, right? Doc from tr. I think I'm gonna have to be right back. Let's open up this in a new window and just go BRB and then just zoom in. BRB. Be back in min. Be back shortly. Josh and Brown will be back shortly.
Tell me when you laugh. Tell me when you laugh. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you laugh. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you laugh.
I'm back. We'll come. Whoa, that's. Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. We've zoomed in. I can't zoom out. How do you zoom back out? Command equals? Command minus? Command minus obviously gets us back there, but how do we go back to. Oh. Window? Zoom. No, that's not what I want either. Window. Reset zoom. Command numpad 0. I don't have a numpad 0. So it'll have to be that. That'll do. Right. Where was we at? We were here. We were kind of getting there, but kind of not. So I'm going to continue. I think as soon as I've got this marking done, we're probably fairly close to having the text editor mostly done. Selection. So I'm getting close to just like maybe we just build our own little plugin. What was the thing that we're using? Not there. I guess it was input role. Plugin does handle not key down, but handle text input. And I think that's where this is probably the bit that's handle text input does make the most sense. If it returns true, the default behavior of actually inserting the text is suppressed. Does it? We want to suppress that behavior, but if we can add the mark, the problem is I think the add mark, it has to have a from and a to, I think, because when I looked at the code for add mark, it only does it if there's a range it can apply it to. So that the handle text input And that's where the append transaction allows a plugin to append another transaction to be applied after the given array of transactions. When another plugin appends a transaction after this was called, it is called again with the new state and the new transactions, but only the new transactions. It won't be passed to transactions that it already saw. And that's where we were getting to a ChatGPT when we originally kind of were going down this route. It said to append transaction. Okay, let's go down this route. Can you show me a version of this that is built with TipTap in mind? Convert. And then we'll just kind of paste in the input rules that we have at the moment. Although each one is slightly different at the moment. I'm hoping I don't need to create an extension. I can just add this as part of the custom node doing. Maybe I do need to add the extension, but that's fine. I can include the extension with my mark. I guess that's probably an interesting thing actually. It's like handle. Be interesting to see how handle text input is dealt with on the prose mirror side. Can I? GitHub. Most of this is done in state or transform. Transform probably. Source. And in source we have a lot of stuff. Transform. Add node mark. Add mark. Not add mark. That's not what I was looking for, is it? No, I'm in the wrong place. What did I want to look at? I wanted to see how handle text input, the plugin system, runs. So let's go back to prose mirror and like search handle text input. Prose mirror view. So I think this is the interface for the editor props. The prose mirror view. View some prop. Man, that code looks confusing. There is a lot going on. Fix an issue here. Handle text input. Change log. Wasn't called when typing over a single character with the same character. Version 1.11.4. Check that out. I guess that means it is in this file, which means I can probably just do that. Source input, source DOM change. Let's try input. See what's going on there. Key press. You press a key. It calls handle key press. It gets the selection. It gets the text. It passes a bunch of stuff into our handle text input if it exists. Then it insert text, scroll into view. That's interesting. Because it's not passing a to or a from, it's just inserting the text. I wonder if we should just do that. So one of the things I was doing here was this insert text with the from and the to. It doesn't. Maybe I just don't need to do that. Maybe I'll just insert the text. This does need to be the last character now. Last character. Scroll into view. Remove the mark. It's not again. It's not. It is working because it inserts the text and it removes the character. Should scroll the selection to view when updated to state produced by this transaction. Tip-tap.view.dispatch. I almost wonder if I clear this out, get that done, and then remove the mark, would that solve some of these problems? Maybe there's a sequencing issue. Again, no, not getting in there. View dispatch, view.state.tr, insert text, scroll into view. Scroll into view, my friend. And if that returns false, then it doesn't bother. If it returns true, then it doesn't bother. If it returns anything other than true, false, a falsy value, then it will dispatch that. View.dispatch, view.state.tr, insert text, adds text, scrolls it into view. Scroll it into view. So it should. Our code does the same. Tip-tap view, dispatch, tr. Just insert text, last character. Whatever the last character was, and then scroll into view. Maybe I could look at Prose Mirror and see scroll into view. Indicates that the editor should scroll the selection to view when updated to the state produced. I mean, it doesn't need to scroll the selection. Selection. There's a lot about selections. Where's this? End of text block. Handle scroll to selection. Create selection between. Clipboard selection. Let selection. Ignore mutation. Ignore selection. Then we got to the next one. Selectable. Position mapping. That's not what I like. Why does this selection not move? Dispatch, insert text, scroll interview. But scroll interview isn't doing whatever it's supposed to be doing. Insert text is, remove character is, or remove mark rather. What if I just did scroll interview on here? Didn't think it'd do anything, but, you know. I never know as well, like, one of the things I'm a bit cautious about is, like, if I save this and refresh this, this should have updated this. There should be a hyphen in here. Hello? Refresh. User denied permission to service worker. Something weird is going on with Code Sandbox that is bizarre. Okay, now hello's there. I can't work in this world where... Okay, now it's gone. Okay, good. That's... I don't know if there was an issue with that then, but... Okay, mismatched transactions. We're back to that world. Which is good, because... It just did it. The space got added to the right place. And I can add as many spaces as I want. Do I even need the scroll interview? No, apparently not. I kind of just need to make sure that the last character was added before we start doing our stuff. And then I don't need to I don't want to return null, because that's actually counter productive for what I want. I just need to make sure that the last character gets added back in. Again, I think I need to refresh, because I think when I press Command S, it breaks this link between the two editors. Writing is all marked up correctly. Yes. Hello. Yes, good, fine, finally. God, it's Right, now to tidy it up, pull it back into our code base, we can push on forward. What can we do here? Because there's a lot of stuff that's just happening every time. And I wonder about making a bit of a higher order component that just gives us what we want. So what if we had like a function like that was like build handler handle. Let's call it build handler for now. And it's going to return a function. Like it's going to return not a function. Well, it's going to return a function actually, isn't it? We'll return an arrow function. The handler is going to take in date, range, and match. So those are the things we use. We're going to process this stuff. We're going to also do this because this is happening every single time. And then, well, actually no. With this takes. This is the way around. This takes this. This happens inside our return function. This takes in a handler and calls our handler and returns our handler if there is anything to return. And in our handler, we typically only care about, what do we care about? We care about the from, to, that's all we really care about at the moment. But I'm sure we could like, well, I guess we can pass it all, right? So from, to, date, range, and match. If we really cared about all of that stuff. And then in here, we can replace the handler with build handler, which takes a function, which just is only really going to care about a from and to. Because the rest of that is done by the other thingamabob. We'll include that there as well. Yeah, we'll do that. Same here. We can basically put that into here. Get rid of that. We can get rid of that. And then yeah, we'll get rid of those. Build handler, from, to, details, and that's gonna be an arrow function. That needs another parenthesis. Closes that one there, that goes in there. These are the details. Remove the console log soon. And then we'll check. TR is not defined. Could be. Where are we using it? tr.remove mark. Oh, okay, fine. tr. Okay. Space. Hello world. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. build handler. Build handler. Right then, that solves that. Now we can put it into our code base, which you can actually open now. So let's just go back up here and open, because we're not going to be jumping. Clean it. We'll grab our build handler. And then I think we can just grab those input rules. Ensure punctuation is marked correctly. We can get rid of that now. I don't need the details. Don't need the details. Don't need the details. We don't need no detail. That actually reads a lot cleaner. Obviously, if you want to know how the build handler works, it's going to be further up. I'm actually going to move it down to the bottom of the file. I'd rather have this incidental detail out the way at the bottom of the file. A bit of a helper function. It's kind of a private utility. Maybe even prefix it with a hash. It doesn't like that though. And it is just kind of in this file. So it's not part of the class. Build handler takes a function which then does the actual handling, but this just does some stuff to set it up. Kind of a higher order component kind of deal going on there. Okay. And now when I go back to master minutes, and I can't refresh because I'm not running it anymore in dev. So we're in here. This is where we were the other day, and it was taking forever to get this working. I press space, the space is in the right place. I type hello, space is in the right place. Put exclamation mark in. I delete some stuff. I go hello. This is a game. You kind of have to game. There's a weird bug. There is a weird bug. We'll go back here. We'll refresh, yeah. We'll go in here. You type space, you delete. That's weird. Type space and you delete. And instead of deleting the text, it deletes the absence of the mark. What? Well, it only does it this once because if you continue and then what? Oh man, I don't know what's going on here. I thought it was free. I thought it was free, chat. I thought we were home free and dry. But no. The text editors have more surprises for us. It's really annoying. It's actually quite annoying. We can't just, yeah. So why Why do we have to press backspace twice? What are we doing? Well, we're inserting our text. Do we have to like scroll? What was that bit that it does when it inserts the text normally? Scroll into view? Maybe I have to scroll it into the view. A bit weird, but I believe it. Scroll into view. No. I mean, I might need to refresh because it's a bit weird. Bit weird like that. Man, that's... twice. Two hours of dealing with this blooming text editor. Oh. Alright, ChatGPT. This works, but no, it doesn't work. Let's actually see as well. Like, I mean, the other thing that's so if I'm in here and I press space and I press backspace and then backspace, it's not calling any input rules because there's no console log. So what's the deal, man? Text selection or mark manipulation logic. I'm pretty sure it is, yeah, because it wasn't doing it until I modified some of that logic. How is text selection from is not being used? Ignore that. Ignore text selection. Don't get worried about text selection. It's when you press backspace, the editor might be removing the mark first before deleting the character. That could be true, except it seems a bit unlikely because that's not how marks work. And if I go here and press backspace, it's fine. If I go here and press backspace, it's fine. Now, if I put the D in, I have to press backspace. So again, it's not really about the mark itself. It's not about the text. So it doesn't seem to try. Seem to be trying to remove the mark first. This happens even for spaces where there are no marks to remove. And it also happens on... What does it happen on? If I delete... That's the main reason why. This only ever happens after... I mean, those things are called every single time, so that code is committing those transactions. This happens even for spaces where there are no marks to remove. This only ever happens after inserting a new character. If I remove, select a character, and then press backspace, it works as normal. Text selection is no longer used. I've tidied this up now. Input rules. Yeah, the build handler is supposed to insert. Whoa. Oh. I think I need to stand up. So that's what I'm gonna do. What? Welcome to a new standing stream edition. I'm going to raise up the monitor a bit more there. New standing version of the stream. Oh, this is so close yet so far. The first time it does delete the mark. Which is a bit weird. Do I need this line here? Yes. Yeah, I do. Bit weird. Yeah, it needs that line.
Listen to me speak, but just say what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us
Hi.
harm. You assume the
Yep.
worst, but that is yet to come. Because you caused it first, and now we've come undone. Caught up and trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Fed up, we're trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try?
I wonder if I have to dispatch this every time. If it's not a new line, and it's not handled by handle text input, then it dispatches that. And this kind of makes sense because we're saying, hey, we're going to handle text input for you. You don't have to worry about it. I think one thing that maybe does cause a problem is in here. We return run, and run is doing a bunch of stuff we probably don't want it to do. So run is running our handler at some point eventually, including the command manager and a bunch of other stuff. But it does this, undo input rules. And I don't know the fact of undo input rules. I think the backspace is undoing the last input rule. I don't want to set that meta for the plugin. So I'm kind of back to saying this, but then if I return null, this isn't all. So if I return null, so I can do what I was doing before. So I'm going to handle it. I'm going to return null. And then we're going to view dispatch, and we're going to grab the tip tap dot view dot dispatch the tr. Only if there's steps, which there should be, because we're in here, we kind of know that there's steps. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to see how that works. Space. Ah, it's broken again. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's like, I'm returning null. You shouldn't. I need to be right back. Oh, before I be right back, I usually have my BRB screen, don't I? So I'll need to grab you a BRB screen, which will just be a case of be right back. Be Rick back. Good, that'll do. Be Rick back. Now I don't have a numpad, do I? So we're back to going. Where was it? Window, zoom, or view, appearance, zoom, reset, zoom. Be Rick back. Anyway, what was going on here? This was a nightmare. Also, how did we manage to get it to do hello but backwards in tip tap dot state dot dispatch or view? I think it's view dot dispatch, right? You know, dispatch. Yeah. How did it? Why is it done hello but backwards? There's no logic. No logic can make sense. We've lost our code because Code Sandbox didn't like me refreshing. Where is it? Is it there? Is it there? Back. Right. Let's see what happens. Space. Put punctuation the wrong way. Also, we've got double spaces, and that's because. So here's the thing: we're inserting the text, we're unmarking the text we've just added, and then we're inserting the text. And that's because even though we're returning null here, our thing is still running, right? So the rule handler should be null. It's returning null. Rules for each. Is there a wrapper around the handler, or is it just directly giving you the handler? The input rule. Input rule, handler, can commands, chain commands, single commands, match, range, state, void or null. Well, build handler. No, I'm pretty sure I put it in the right place. Return null is inside the function that returns from the build handler, and the build handler is returning that into handler, and so it should be returning null. We should be dispatching ourselves. I think the only way I can really test this now is maybe with the debugger. Space. We're here. Right. Okay, we step next. Is there a shortcut? F9. That was music F9, not F9. Wrong button. Soz. FN F9. FN F9. FN F9. Handler. Now what is handler? Is handler null? Handler's null. It's equal to null. We should return. And then we return matched. Matched should be false. Matched is false. And now we're in our handle text input. And this handle text input. Oh. Yeah, this is right, isn't it? Where are we? This is the... it's somewhere. Where is it? I don't know. And at some point, it's still inserted to text. Space. How many plugins are there? So if you actually look at like where we are in the view, we are at the point where we have added our space to the end there. We still haven't added this, like it still hasn't added a space inside the punctuation word mark. I'm still not the greatest at using the thing. What else have we got? We can step out, right? I feel like we're in a hole right now. Out. Out. While we're here, that text is space. You shouldn't be doing this here. Whatever this is here, it shouldn't be doing. If inline change, this is part of Rose Mirror View. Inline change. If some prop returns true, we need it to return true. We need match to be true. That's why. That's why. But yeah, of course. So we went through here. We return because it's null. But null says we're not handling this, but we do want to handle it. So we could return true. But if we return true, we're going to end up setting this meta and then dispatching, but there won't be anything to dispatch because I think we're going to end up having to build our own blimmin' bloody matcha. Matcha. Not the drink or whatever that's. I apologise for the brief pause. A master had to deal with that. Yeah. So we really are stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to this plugin, because it's doing a lot of stuff, and actually the stuff is useful, but we need to return true, and I can't patch in anywhere to make it return true, and so now I'm kind of stuck in that regard. So the run command that's here, I am getting to the point where I think our only option really is to build our own. I think the bit that we're trying to do is skip this, because I think this is the bit that causes the undo input rules. I wonder actually, maybe there is another way, because maybe we can get history to skip, like, oh, not history, it's not history, it's the backspace. I'm pretty sure this is what's causing the double, because we don't do this. I mean, one way of maybe checking without going down this route of it not matching anything is to dispatch that part and then have the handler handle it as usual. We can just return the handler. Return the handler. And then, so if we dispatch the text before we then call the handler and do whatever the handler is going to do, that might alleviate half of the problem, but not all of the problem. I'll refresh because I feel like there's a weird issue going on here. Applying a mismatched transaction. Yeah, I feel like because then we add more to the transaction and then we dispatch it again and we're in a bit of a weird state. Yeah, doesn't make sense to do that. I think we're gonna have to just build our own extension here, because I'm getting to the point where I'm reaching the limitations of what I can do with the input rules plugin, I think. But that's not to say that I can't use the input rule, like part of the input rules, because perhaps, I mean, the rules can still. How does this plugin get the rules? The rules are passed in to run. Plugin itself takes in rules as a prop. The input rules plugin takes the input rules as a argument. The input rules are defined by the plugins. The pros mirror first plugins are. TipTap will provide the ability to override plugins, so it feels more natural to run plugins at the end of the array first. That's why we have to reverse the extensions array and sort again based on priority option. Oh, we were so close. I don't want to have to write all of this. Let's go. Let's go. I think let's just build it and we'll see, because I think we're getting to the point where we're reaching limitations, and I don't think I can do that anymore. So can I just add my Prose Mirror plugins in here? And plugin and plugin key come from TipTap PM state. Okay. Let's just add this, not there. Let's do it in here for now. Plugin and plugin key. Import plugin and plugin key from TipTap PM state. TipTap PM state. Well, there's a full list, obviously, but we only really care about handle, text input. Takes a view, a from, a to, and a text. Console.log, text input, text. Alright, let's see. Canatra on. Okay, clear off. In fact, that was important, I think, but don't dispatch. Told you not to. Okay. If I save that and I refresh, did it say something about the no, it's just the old code there. So this isn't our plugin. TipTap Prose Mirror plugins isn't doing anything right now. Plugin key event handler. Okay, well, I think I need to understand a bit more about what's going on here. After all, so what's going on? Does it have to be an extension then? I don't know what the relationship is between the extensions. Custom extensions. Creating a new extension, creating a node. Now I kind of feel like node mark is all the same as an extension. But perhaps this does need to be extension. One of the things that's interesting, I think, is the TipTap starter kit is up here, and I want to check that out because one of the things I want to see is starter kit source starter kit. It's an extension which adds extensions, which is interesting. This extension comes from TipTap core, so maybe let's just check out the core. I want to check out Mark. It does have Prose Mirror plugins as a interface that you can add on Mark. Like, that is a piece of config we can send into Mark. So what does the key have to be? Some Mark extension. I don't know. The Mark plugin. Word. What was it before? Was it capitalized? Event handler. Word Mark handler. Okay, I'm not seeing any of my console log text input, which is kind of annoying. Key can be used to make this a keyed plugin. You can only have one plugin with a given key in a given state, but it is it is possible to access the plugin's configuration state through the key without having access to. So I don't need the key. It sounds like the key's optional. Props. The view props added by this plugin. Props are functions that will be bound to have the plugin instance as their this binding. Okay. Still not seeing any text input. Perhaps if I comment out the input rules for now. Now I'm seeing the text input. Okay, so they were just conflicting. They were kind of like, okay, well, only one plugin, only one extension can kind of do that. So, okay, fine. So we've got our Preludes Meta plugin here, where we can do some stuff. And now that we've got this, we can kind of rebuild whatever's going on in one of these files somewhere. Input rule. So the plugin handles text input and it just calls run. And I'm not really going to bother about these other things right now. I'm sure I probably do need to think about them at some point, but for what we're doing, I think I can do most of it with text input. It probably covers the majority. See, that's an interesting one actually, because this could also be... The bit of code that was running was the composition end. I don't even know what composition end is. Fired when a text composition system, such as an input method editor, completes or cancels the current composition session. Okay. Interesting. So we call run anyway, regardless. Like run is what we end up calling at this point. And run does a lot of things. Gets the editor, the from, the to, the text, the rules, and the plugin. Now, I didn't. Oh, that's because some of this stuff is elsewhere. We can get the editor up there, fine, and the rules kind of come through from that as well. So that's, I guess that's here. Rose mirror plugin. Yeah, we get a context object which has the editor in it. So we can pass the editor down. Reading editor. Why is that a problem? Other than cannot read properties of undefined. This got editor. Okay, so the editor's in this. Is that, did I just misread that from there? Felt like it was coming from prop, but now it's coming from there. I guess this input rules plugin is injected in a different way. We're not using the add prose mirror, we're using that, so it's in there. Const editor equals this. Perhaps we can do that. And then perhaps rather than that, we'll have a function called run handlers. I don't know. We'll figure this out. We'll figure it out. We're going to kind of replicate a little bit of what they've got going on here. I do want the editor because we need to be able to dispatch. The from, the to, the text we have. The rules we don't have. The plugin I don't think I need. We'll pass a view in as well, because why not? But I think I should be able to get the view from the editor anyway. I'm gonna get rid of that for a sec because it's kind of just in the way right now while I'm trying to figure this detail out. This gets us the editor, the from, the to, the text, and also the view, but I'm not really using that right now because they don't really use it right now. The run function pulls out some stuff from config. Now, okay, config's up there. It's just that's the types. Then we get the view from the editor, but we've got the view, so fine. You know, I guess it probably makes sense to pass less in, and if we've got the editor, then why bother passing in? So I kind of agree with that. I'll hide that one for a sec. No point passing in the view if it's in the editor, so we might as well just do that. Or maybe we should just do it like that, because we've got it. So the editor, the view, that saves us typing more lines of code. If it's composing, return false. I don't really know what we need to do about that, but fine. Again, check the code node, check the code mark. I won't have those in mine. I can kind of take some shortcuts here. Get text content from nodes. Now, where's that coming from? That's just a helper. And that's the text before, and I need the text before so I can do the input match handler, which means I need to do this. But let's just have some of these codes side by side, I think. That one. Okay. So our run handler, we are going to need this const because we need to be able to get the text before. To get the text before, we then need to run this. That means we need to get the text content from the nodes. That is in this helpers file, which is in tip-tap-4. I don't know if that helper is just going to be generally exposed. So let's see what's exposed. Export all of the helpers. Export all of the helpers. Get text content from nodes is in there. So that means I can assume that we have access to get text content from nodes as a function from there. Okay. I'll go back to finding our run command. I think I get that. And then we need our rules. Let's just do a const rules equals rules for now, because I think this probably does make sense here. We obviously don't want the return, but those are the rules regardless. We can probably move some of this. We probably don't need the build handler if we're going to have the handler like that, but the rules are those rules. So now we can follow the same kind of code. Rules.for each rule we're going to do something. If matched, turn. This makes sense. So we don't. But as soon as we finally match a rule, we can stop looking. We wouldn't even need to loop through all the rules if we were just using a for loop. That would be more efficient. Or what? Or like, yeah, for. Like we could just do. Is it for const rule in rules? Is that right? JavaScript or in loop. Is it in object or off? Hey, QWERTY Nothing, thank you for the follow. Yeah, off. We can do off. A rule of rules. Hope your day's going well. Appreciate the follow. So instead of that, we're gonna loop for that. So now we don't have to worry so much about returning matched. Just as soon as we have a rule, a handler that will match, well, we're gonna run that. Input rule handler rule.find. Rule.find is that part, so that's fine. Input rule matcher doesn't get exported, so I'm going to end up having to. I'm just going to copy this, I think, if I can. Just steal that bit of code. I'm going to have to convert it because it's in TypeScript. Function input rule matcher is a thing that takes text and find. And it's going to return something. So regex find it, otherwise. I mean, we can probably just do this, right? I think it is just. We don't need to build it as robust as the one they have. So what we really can do here is match equals rule.bind, and actually it's .exec text. If no match, continue. Kind of continue on the loop, go on the next one. Then we're gonna create this chainable state. I don't think we need the chainable state. I feel like the chainable state is saying these set of things are going to be able to kind of packaged up into one chunk. I don't think it's needed. I'm also not using the command manager. The range I do need, because we are doing some stuff with the range. But the range was calculated oddly, like the from and the to needed adjusting when it's. I think there was something going on with that. And then we handle it. So const handler equals rule.handler, where we pass the state. I'm going to pass the editor as well because I want the editor. I want the state, which is. Do we need the state? I don't think we need the state. I'm not using the state. We are using the range. We are using match. We're not using commands, and we're not using chain, and we're not using can, because I don't have them. Oh, and we can just pass the view, because I don't need the editor, I just need the view. Now our build handler does do this. So one of the things we're going to do is like this handler is just always going to return true. If we have a handler, we can just return true here. That's going to stop the execution of the loop because we're returning. We're not actually in a function here. We're going to return. That should return run handlers entirely. One of the next things I want to do maybe is just grab this part. Actually, all of this. This is something that we're doing before every handler at the moment. So we were pulling TR out of state. We do need state. What is this create chainable state? And what is the purpose of create chainable state? This is in tip-tap core, so tip-tap dev, K, create chainable state, doesn't seem to be in there. Create chainable state is one of the helpers. Does it say why? Doesn't say any reason why. What does it actually do? Returns a transaction, but it also sets selection. I don't know. Let's see if, let's use it, and then if for some reason we need to not use it, we can not use it. Just figure that out. We'll do that before the range. TR. I don't need that anymore because we're pulling the TR out there. But then we're going to use state.tr. Do we actually need this part? We've got TR from the state. We not just use TR. I don't really want to do that part. I want to do from .2 ++. That should be mutatable. That just fixes that. I probably that's fine, I think. Then this one here doesn't need to be last character because it's just text. Insert the text before the handler happens. Then the rule.handler. And then we'll call view.dispatch PR. Which now means we're adding our text in at the right place. We're updating our to and our from correctly. We don't need our build handler anymore. In here, we have access to TR. We don't need to worry about the view dispatch because we're kind of doing that ourselves. The from and the to are now correct, and the rest of the details can just be passed in as normal. Which really is just passing in view, the range and the match. There was, I guess, one thing that our build handler was doing, which was passing in this as the... I'll comment that out for now because I don't want to get rid of it completely because as we just saw, we need to reference some of the details from it. But get those in there. Our rule handler gets transaction, our from, our to, our state, our range, and our match. Yes. Then we're going to dispatch them. Enable preview editors. We put it over here. because we minimized our screen, but now I can't work out how to bring back the view. Toggle sidebar, toggle dev tools, embed preview. Build handlers not defined. Yeah, but I didn't want you there. I want you over on that side. So toggle dev tools? No. Embed preview. Go over there. Oh, I know how to do it before. I did like view, and then I did default view. And then we can toggle the sidebar off. Close that. Build handler is not defined. That's because all of these are now using build handler. They don't want to use build handler. They just want to be a regular old function. We don't need to build a handler. We've got our own handler now. Ace. Run is not defined. Where did run go? Is it run handlers? Base. Cannot create property 2 on number 18. Yeah, that's because it's not from .2, it's range. How was it before? Yeah, it was just range. It was meant to be range. Increment the 2 by 1 is basically what it's saying. Slate. Slate. State. State is not defined. Don't need state. Just not something we're dealing with. Undefined of type. Okay. That's because it's now not in there. If I do the editor here, do the thing, go console, give it a space, throws an error. We don't want the. I need to pass it the editor in here. What I want to see is on the editor, and if I store a object as a global variable, temp1.state.schema.marks. Hey, thank you for the follow, Clara Smith. Hope you're having a great day. Yeah, temp marks. I'm going to pass the schema in, I think. Schema, which is going to be editor.state.schema. It's just a great day. Oh, what about you? Yeah, I'm having a good day. I've been busting my mind, knocking my head against this bug that I've been trying to solve for the last almost 3 hours, plus some time yesterday. But I think I'm getting there. I was trying to interfacing with third-party libraries is always a pain, but yeah, making some good progress now, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I'm using TipTap, which is a kind of rich text editor for building content editing apps. And what I'm building is a transcript editor, so you can edit transcripts. What's coding here? Yeah. Currently building an app which you can upload a recording of a meeting, audio file or a video file, and it will then transcribe that into what people said. And then once it's transcribed, you can go in and fix any issues. Like there's a few things here where it's like there'll be a few things like this where it says we made it, and actually it should be on that line and cheers should be on the next line, but spoken by someone else. A few things like that. that will need solving. So, which is interesting there that it's not breaking it. I've broken something else, but I'm coming back to fix that. Once you've got that, it will then, once you're happy with the transcript, it will then send it off to OpenAI and use ChatGPT to turn it into meeting minutes, is the plan. So yeah, upload a video file or audio file of a meeting, and then you get minutes of like decisions and stuff that happened in the meeting that you can then share and agree on and stuff. Or hopefully within a few minutes, and then yeah, you can just do a light edit on them rather than having to write them all from scratch. Is the plan. Desktop type. I now have access to our schema. Well, yeah, it's our schema. And then I can just do schema.mark.word. Okay, clear that out. How long have you been doing this? This project, this is the 8th day of this project. Coding in general, I've been doing it for 15 years maybe now, 20, maybe coming up to, I don't know, between 15 and 20 years at this point of coding and building stuff in general. Okay, so this... Oh, that's a wow. Keep it up. Thank you. Yeah, it's that's actually a long time when I think about it, but yeah, I started out just building simple websites. So yeah, the stuff that I was doing back then is nothing like the stuff I do now, but lots of effort to make it such a great project though. Yeah, it's definitely building up, I think. What am I doing here? I'm trying to... I also love to do some coding, currently learning C++ and Python. Those are the real... C++ especially, definitely, that's a real language, that one. Professional artist as well. Nice. What kind of art do you do? I feel like code and art are good things to combine. There is art to some coding, I think. There's a scientific side to it and a kind of technical engineering side, and then there's definitely an art form to code and writing code that's understandable and readable. And there's a kind of saying that I really like, which is like code is prose. Something like that. Code is prose, that's one of the things. Code is poetry kind of thing. Mainly do website theme or web icon, more things like name logos, business logos. Nice, much more interesting things to do. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know, I'm a bit stuck on what I'm doing here. Like, why? So it seems like actually I had some code before that was supposed to increase the range and on the 2, but it doesn't seem to have had an effect. Oh, because it's range.from. We're not actually pulling out from on the 2. Const from equals... Oh, what? Mainly what's your own profession, if you don't mind me asking? I'm between jobs at the moment, but my background, like, I do engineering. Mostly the stuff that you're seeing right now is kind of the stuff that I'd be doing for a lot of companies. And other than that, mostly a lot of design work as well, like kind of not so much visual design, but a lot of system design or interaction design flows through products, and product strategy as well. So my last kind of role was VP of product, so leading a lot more on kind of product roadmap, vision, strategy, and those sort of things. So yeah, mixture of things. I like to be quite generalist in what I do. So yeah. What's going on here? Because we get from and to from up there, but then we change the from, becomes something else. It's like suddenly it's like a range. Because this from here is obviously different to that from there, which is the bit that's going a bit weird, and then I changed the range accordingly. And then I put from and to in here, and as well as the range. So really what I want to do, I guess, is I'm going to have to perhaps discard that. It's not relevant. And then we can use the range in here instead of the from and to. By the way, I hope you wouldn't mind to see my way of work as well. Yeah, sure. If you've got something to send over, then I'm happy to take a look. And got a link of something that's up, I can happily take a look. Range. I love to show my work to other professional person, yeah. What have I done wrong? From. Range. From is not defined. Oh, of course. Oh, I've got to change that bit far. Yeah, it's always fun sharing kind of stuff you're working on with other people, I think. Feedback or whatever, it's just... Okay. Backspace works. Schema, I didn't put schema into all of the other places, that's why. Hello, world. And the delete works properly, the exclamation mark works properly. Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, it's not quite beautiful, but considering I spent a lot of time getting that to work. Wait, have you got any social or your Discord name? So it would be like a private though. Yeah, I've got Twitter. I need to add links into the thing. I don't have links there yet, but yeah, Twitter. It's the same username I pretty much have on every single platform. So that's my Twitter. That's probably a good place to reach me. I think anyone can follow me on, message me on Twitter. I have Discord as well. I need to set up a Discord. So I have a Discord set, I just haven't set it all up. But yeah, I'm Josh Ant Brown on Discord as well, so if you wanted to DM me directly. Did you want me to show it on stream, or do you want me to... I see, friend request. There you go. Are you a pilot as well? Yes, I have not a professional pilot, but I have my private pilot's license. Oh, throwing my mouse about. Yeah, I have my pilot's license. Hey, Captain. Yeah, I got my pilot's license a year and a half ago now. A year and probably a few months. What's my logbook actually? My logbook. I haven't flown that much this year, but When did I get it? It was 2022. Why is this not working? Yeah, I got it like March time. I think it was 2022. Nice to meet you, Kat. To meet you too. Doing it. Okay, no, I was done, right? That was I solved those problems. By the way, do you only play any games related to some coding? I have in mind freshing ones. I've taken a bit of a break from games lately. I haven't really had too much time for them. Snooze the app. Yeah, I've not done too much gaming lately. What have I been playing lately? What's that? Raid? What? Hey, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. I think this is my first raid, so galactic raid. Thank you. New stuff. I'm like, what? Thank you for the raid. Hope you're all doing well. I'll give you a shout out, but I just don't. I'm gonna follow you though. The shout out bit. I don't know. Is there a shout out? Shout out. Myshio plays. Yeah, I know what raid means. I just haven't had someone do it before, but I was trying to figure out how to do the shout out command. But yeah, thanks for the raid. What have you been up to? Going for an introductory CS coding course live. Nice. Is that the Harvard one? CS 101 or no, what was it? CS 50? Is that CS 50? Yep. Yeah. I haven't gone through CS 50, but I've covered like the first few. Watched the first couple, and actually they're really good. Like, yeah, I really like CS 50. I find the what do you call it? The kind of instructor, whoever. Most recommended course for a beginner. Yeah. Have you heard about Coursera? Yeah, Coursera is okay. CS50 is all free. Like, definitely check out CS50 if you can. I'm not a beginner. I took it initially like 10 years ago, but never finished. Yeah, I'm like, I'm all of my background is self-taught, so I never did. I've not been to university, and I've been doing coding for 15 years now at this point, and I only came across CS50 in the last year, I think it was. Actually, it's really like. I was blown away by kind of how good it was, and actually there is stuff in there that, like, for someone who's self-taught, there's a lot of base computer science stuff that you don't necessarily fully need to know, but it's kind of useful to kind of cover. It's worth checking out. It is just one course, and it's like all the videos are online for free. I think they're all on YouTube as well. Yes, 50. Yeah, there's like CS50. It's on Free Code Camp as well. Like, they have the full computer science. It's all computer science. Is that like one? It's long. Yeah, I can send a link to this. So if you just search CS50 and online, though, there's loads of different versions. I assume this is the. Yeah. I think there's some versions online as well which actually have a bit more of a broken down. Like, that YouTube is just one big, all of them stitched together. It's, what would that be? I think it was that 1 day long or something, 24 hours. Yeah, edX is a good one to go on. edX.org/CS50. yeah, you can just register for free on there, and it gives it tracks your progress a bit more then. You start with the introductory course and follow any of the ones beyond. Yeah, it's broken down really nice. Yeah, CS50. I think is that the cost there is if you want the actual certificate, right? I think like you can actually get a certificate out the back of it. But if you just want to follow along and watch the videos, I think they're all free. Yeah, and David, I didn't know his name, but yeah, the instructor is really engaging. You can pay for a certificate, but you can also do everything free. Yeah, exactly. That's cool. The certificate's optional, yeah. Snooze on the adverts again. Cool. Also that you apply for transfer credits too if you're in college. That's really cool, actually. I didn't know that. Yeah, I've not really needed to do it, but I've just, when I've had time, just checked a couple. Buddy, check your Discord. Oh, cool. You sent your work. Did you want me to share these on screen, or these look all really cool though. Are these just things that you've done in your kind of own time, or? Are they for specific people or something like that, or? Got some emojis in there, emotes as well. Some of those animated. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'll check those out properly at some point. I need to tidy up my code. For context, stuff that I'm working on for everyone who joined just then as well. We're currently building a app in Ruby on Rails, which apparently isn't running. Why is it not running? What happened there? Apparently it closed, so we'll spin up again. But we're building an app in Ruby on Rails, and what we are doing is creating an app where you can upload a recording of a meeting, some sort of audio or video file with people speaking, and you can upload it, and it will then use Amazon Web Services to transcribe the meeting. And then currently building a bit of a rich text transcription editor, so you can come in here and add in who said what and change stuff, fix stuff if you need to move stuff around, and whatever needs to happen there. And then once you've done that, the next thing we'll be building, once I've kind of built this out, is the generation of minutes. So we're going to try and convert those, the transcription into kind of minutes. So one of the things I do on a volunteer basis is I'm secretary at an Aero Club committee. So we have a monthly committee meeting where I have, and that meeting usually lasts for an hour and a half to like maybe 2.5, 3 hours sometimes. And then I have to write the minutes, and I don't really like writing minutes. So I was like, let's just use some AI and some code to make that job easier. I don't think it's going to make the job go away completely. I'm still going to have to edit the minutes afterwards. ChatGPT and the transcription stuff, there's going to be some stuff, but it's much easier to edit something. If I can get the job from like 0 to 75% done, then make it easier. By the way, buddy, you need to go. My brother is calling me for help in his school science project. Nice to talk to you, Cap. Hope you respond to me in Disc. Of course, I will do. Thanks for following, and hope to see you again. As long as the transcriber works as intended, everything else should work nicely. Yeah, it does for the most part. I mean, what you see here was produced by this transcriber. I'm using a podcast episode because I don't necessarily want to use one of our actual committee meetings to preserve the privacy of the people involved in that. But so I used a podcast episode here. It kind of struggles anytime there's music or jingles going on. So this bit here, it's missed a few words because it's part of the jingle as the kind of intro music. Then one of the things it does seem to struggle with is here. So we made it like the last word tends to bleed into the next person's speech. So generally you kind of have to go in and make a couple of quick alterations. You have a pretty clear accent, but there's lots of transcribers do struggle with accents too. Yeah, that's true as well. So it's gonna, mileage may vary on it. I think. So yeah, I'm kind of just building it for myself at the moment, and then I'm gonna try and build it out into something that perhaps we put out live as well, so people can perhaps pay per minute of audio. Obviously, there's a cost involved in transcribing it and then using it on ChatGPT. So at some point we'll do some stuff with Stripe or some payment gateway. I'm trying to live stream it all, so I'm trying to make sure it's all kind of out there and as I'm building it along. So, which has been quite fun actually. It's say it's day 8. Been a bit stop-start. I was off ill last week, so kind of blocked a few things, but back to it this week. The other bit that it struggles with, and it does happen in our committee meeting, I'm sure it happens in most committee meetings, is people speaking over each other. It's just a fact of life, I think. People are going to speak over themselves. You can make it open source. We can always compile it for ourselves without having to incur server costs. Yeah, I'm debating that. I'm not opening it, sourcing it straight away. Open sourcing it straight away. But I am debating it. I think I'm not. I kind of want to see. I'm going to put it out there as a product and see whether we can do it like that, and then worst case I'll just open source it. I'm still kind of on the fence about open sourcing it at the moment. Not sure why, but yeah, kind of. I mean, the other option is you could just watch all of the live streams in 2x and then just copy the code from the screen, so that would be kind of awkward, but having something go open source with a roadmap and donation links is always a way to go. Yeah, it's true. I do like open sourcing. I think what I probably will try to do, at the very least, is open source stuff that I produce out of this. So potentially the transcription editor, like some of the plugins that I'm building here to make the transcription editor, probably potentially package up as an open source package out of it. And that might be a nice thing to do at some point. Once I've got some of these things in place, have a bit more of a, okay, this is an open source thing, this is an open source thing. I don't know if you wanted to put it together in the same composition as this, then you could do that. But we can package stuff out of it, so that'd be quite cool, I think. Be a nice one to do. Allows people to help out too if you decide to continue or decide not to continue. Yeah, that's true. I think if I'm gonna drop the project and not go with it anymore completely, then I would definitely open source it and just kind of go, okay, well here it is, it's out there now. It is nice to give back, I think, on the open source side. So I've kind of gone down a different route here, and I need to pull this out and grab this code here. Open source, but always mention a dono link. You never know who might end up using your code and drop a giant dono. Yeah, that's true. Feels like, I mean, not that it's necessary, like the plan isn't really to make money from this anyway. If anything, it's more of a portfolio piece, which could maybe bring to the point of, oh, sorry, I didn't realise I had another chance of skipping the ad. You're not hearing it now if you've got ads on, so apologies for that. Yeah, we are running ads just to make sure I don't have the pre-rolls. I think that's probably the best way of doing it. So that's just got the ads set to auto schedule. I knew a guy who realized people in Microsoft were using his open source repo. He just added a giant single terminal out. Got a huge windfall. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me because the ad's on, but I'll come back to it in a sec once, unless you say that you are ad free with Turbo or something, then I'll come back. I think ads. Cool. Okay. Yeah, there was a story about someone, I can't remember what node module that was. There was an open source project that you could install, or was kind of the foundation. I think it was Core.js, wasn't it? Wasn't there a big drama about Core.js drama donations? Have you heard about this? Oh, it's becoming a commercial project now. There was this whole thing that was a few years ago that like the guy who, there's like one guy that manages Core.js and it's like the foundation of like a dozen different libraries. It's the epitome of that meme that you've got the towering stack that there's that one tiny block in the corner. Zero dependencies, 51,000 dependents on Node package manager. And he had a little thing that popped up anytime you run npm install. It would say to donate to his project because he needed some money, and there was a whole thread on GitHub. But it's probably gone now. There was a whole drama thread on GitHub about people revolting against this like message because it was popping up in their terminals. It looks like he's now turned it into a however, due to recent events, it became a long post due to... He's tired, basically. Free open source software is fundamentally broken. I could stop working this silently, but I want to give open source one last chance. Yeah, there's a whole story here. But it is used on every single, like, Netflix, eBay, LinkedIn Learning, or PayPal, Binance, Spotify. It's used on 75 to 80% of the top 100 websites. It's mental. Oh, that's the meme that I was referring to. A project some random person in Nebraska has been thanklessly maintaining since 2003. Yeah, this dude does deserve. There was a, like, I can't remember what the court source. That was it. This is the story. Until 2019, for 1.5 years as a whole, about half a year full time without distraction of other work, he worked on Core.js version 3, fundamental improvement for polyfilling. Then 3 weeks after he released Core.js, he was driving home and there were two drunk 18-year-old girls in dark clothes that decided to sprawl across the highway. It's a dark story. But yeah, and as part of that, if the driver is not a son of a deputy or someone like that, he'll almost always be found guilty. And so there was this whole like background. I don't want to go too much into it just because obviously TOS on some of this stuff potentially, but yeah, he ended up fundraising. This was the little module. This was the node message that popped up every time you run npm install. This would pop up in your terminal. You'd obviously get a bunch of stuff about your installed packages, and then it would say thank you for using Core.js. Obviously everything that was depending on this would then also use that, so it's not like anyone installs Core.js directly. Most people weren't aware they were using Core.js. They're just using React or whatever, whichever libraries depend on Core.js, and you're like, what's this? So he got a load of hate for it, and that all kicked off while he was also obviously going through a lot of this legal issue. Yeah. I'm surprised he's come back and still wants to work on it. That's yeah. I hope he does well out of it, because he deserves, like, yeah. He has a family now. He's become father to his son, and yeah. He loves working open source, but yeah. I remember back, like, obviously when all that drama kicked off about the hate, and there was obviously the pros and the cons of it, and it did raise a lot. I think that's where a lot of the open collective and all of those, how we support open source, probably a few loud people. Yeah, does he have the, I mean, there was lots of the
Listen to me speak, but just do what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us
8990. Is that still in there as 8990? Well, none of those are 8990. No, I think that's probably on a different project. There was one in here though about the what was it? Donation issues. Get rid of the post install message. Bunch of modules have a weird. I mean, that is the main problem. Like, he needs support, but if every single open source maintainer decided to, oh, I'm going to add a post install message to my module, you'd run npm install and you'd have like, it would brick your machine, the amount of packages you install that all have Core.js without ads. An unmaintained fork is available. The right thing to do is remove it. But obviously this kind of spiraled a little bit, I think. It was one of those ones that was I don't mind the donation messages, but this little message at the end really bugs me. Also, the author of Core.js is looking for a good job. Also, I think because they were like, yeah, the post install message, okay, this person really had it bad. Apparently they had lots of... That's a bit extreme. That's pretty verbose. It's pretty verbose. That is a lot of advertising messaging. Yeah, do we need ad block for our node package manager now? Like npm ad block. But yeah, I think it came out in this thread as well at some point that obviously he was going through this legal funding. Yeah, exactly. It says, I think they've tidied it up now, and I think because there were lots of packages that were doing it like this for a long time. So now when you do npm install it just obviously tidies that up for you, and kind of wraps it all into one. But yeah, 2019, it was Wild West of ad messages, apparently. That's how it's painted anyway here. I don't think it was actually ever that bad, but there was one or two packages that would do it, and yeah. I think the bit that came the drama in here was obviously at some point it got shown, or like there's a lot of comments here that deleted. I think that's where it starts to talk a little bit about perhaps the author of this library obviously going through those legal challenges, and some of the stuff that's going on there. And so I think there was even more pushback with people being divided on that topic. But yeah, I don't know whether that was a pro or con on open source, but it's a I barely touch React now too. Yeah, what do you mostly code in? I've done React and React Native over the last 5 years, and I'm in a similar place where I'm like, I'm trying to avoid it now. If I can. I'm quite happy to do React, but I'm trying to do most of my code without touching mostly vanilla.js. Mainly game dev, so Unity and C#, but shifting to Go slowly. Nice. Cool. I've not really done much game development. Yeah, I mean, I've fiddled with game development. Only did web dev stuff in college. Nice. Yeah, pretty much everything I've been doing has been web dev the whole time. Maybe some application development here or there as well. I do want to go learn Ruby on Rails and a bunch more web dev things eventually. Yeah, it's worth checking out. I mean, I think, but I'm not going to be happy about touching JavaScript again. That is why, like, I really like the Rails approach. I mean, Laravel is probably also another thing. The other thing that you can check out is HTMX is the thing that everybody's like. That's the trendy meme on Twitter at the moment. HTMX. Yeah, HTMX and Hotwire. I really like these new approaches to building web applications that have very little. It's not less JavaScript, but it's less JavaScript. It's not no JavaScript, but it's less JavaScript you have to write yourself. So they're both pretty worth checking out. Hotwire isn't constrained to Ruby on Rails as well, which is nice, but obviously has some nice tie-ins considering they're both built by the same company originally. Also, by the way, I got Google alerts saying there's a mysterious respiratory disease breaking out in Java. No, not again. Not again. I think I had COVID last week. I was saying earlier, like, I can't do it again. Like, it was just, So we're going to take the rules, and we're going to take the run handler. Can we put this down here? We don't need the build handler anymore. We're battle hardened now. I don't know, like, we can't approach it the same way we've done before, right? So I don't, like, yeah, surely we learned something from our experience, but maybe not. Who knows? Who knows? I'm gonna take that out. We put our prose mirror plugin in. That's deprecated apparently. Is that because I'm not importing it? I need to import it. Does it come from core? I can't remember. No. What we learned is all the sensible people moved to New Zealand pronto. Yeah. Whereabouts are you based? Whereabouts in the world are you? New Zealand's quite far for me to get to from the UK. Pakistan. Nice. New Zealand's pretty close for you then. It's a lot closer for you than, yeah, relatively. It's relatively close compared to where I am. Am I using text before? Its value's just never read. But do I not need... This should be text before. Yeah. Should be. Let's just check it in here before I mess that up. There should be text before, and then hello world. Nice. Okay, cool. So those are input rules. I'm kind of just borrowing that class. I don't necessarily need it to be a class though, I suppose. I could probably just take it out of that class. It just needs to be an object. The input rule itself doesn't really do anything here for us. We loop through the rules, and then we call the find exec, and then we call the rule handler. So that works. feel like in probably makes more sense. And then format that slightly differently. Run rules, run handlers. That's this editor, and then I can just get rid of this line here. Add prose mirror handlers, and then this can be apply marks or something. Apply marking. It's like a marking plugin. And then this gets the text before. That's what that's doing. Then for all of the rules we match. If we haven't got a match, we skip, we check the next rule. It's got an O of N. I suppose an O of R. It's number of rules we're going to loop over. We insert the text that we're trying to insert. We handle it appropriately with the rule, and then we dispatch, and then we return true. What happens if there are no matches? We just don't return anything. Fine. Let's see. Where are we at? Got a lot of things going on. That's now working properly. Good, because that had broken in the previous version. So in here, if I press space, we should be outside of the mark. If I type H, okay. Doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Okay. Ah, because we're calling a function that I've not imported because it was from somewhere else. It was from the helpers. It was from the helpers. Yeah, that one. Space. Cannot read properties of undefined state. I copied this code. How is it wrong? Apply marking. 109. 109. Editor.schema.schema. This here must be because it's in the context of that. So what I do need to pull it out here. It's because I changed this, isn't it? I'm trying to tie it up. Okay. If I inspect that word. So every single word gets wrapped with a span, punctuation, gets wrapped with a punctuation tag. Cool. I think that makes sense. I think that's good. And so now I can also go new line and it will create a new. So whenever I press enter, it's doing that appropriately as well. So like this bit, we made it cheers, and then I can adjust that to be speaker 2 or whoever it's going to be. I can kind of adjust stuff like that. And then if I inspect those have all been adjusted properly. Hello. If I added a word in, it's in there. Pronunciation. Cool. That's actually pretty close to what I want. I think I'm going to have to do some stuff at some point around the... this is going to get more complex. It's not over. At some point I want to be able to change the start and the end position of each word. But I think for now I'm gonna move on from it. I kind of want to start, there's a whole bunch of things I want to start doing. I want to sync the text editor up with the audio, so when I play the audio the words are highlighted. So that's one thing. I want to be able to double click on a word and have it jump to that point in the audio. That's another thing. That's two things. We need to be able to save this. So I make changes here. I need it to save that into the database, which means I need to convert from either the HTML world that we're in at the moment, that we're outputting every single time, to a JSON format that I can then pass to OpenAI or whatever, or save for further editing. So I probably need to save it back into the Amazon transcribe format. Add Prose Mirror plugins. Render HTML. I wonder about moving this down here so it's a bit closer to the other stuff that it uses. The transcriber probably outputs plain text though. Why don't you send that to OpenAI directly? Yeah, the bit that I have is if I make a bunch of changes in here, let me show you what the format looks like. I suppose I can. Let's see. If I go into the thing. Oh yeah, it's in there, right? So if I go into here, this input has a value and this is a big blob of JSON. If I go to the console and do $0, is it? And then .value and then JSON.parse. So this big blob of JSON is what came out of AWS, and it has all of these items, and these are what gets converted into HTML. So I want to be able to edit this, and then I want to be able to save it, and then on the back end I've got some code already that turns an Amazon transcribed formatted blob of JSON into kind of things. The other bit that I want to be able to do in here is I want to create flags at certain points. So I need to figure out how I'm going to do this at some point, but I might essentially, instead of pressing enter and adding a new person speaking, what I might want to do in here is actually say, okay, this is when we started talking about this topic. So kind of actually kind of bring the agenda points into the transcription editor, almost to divide up the transcript. And the purpose of that is just to reduce the conflict of the context window in OpenAI. If I feed it the entire 3-hour meeting where we talk about 5 different or 10 or 12 different topics in detail, those topics might overlap in some way and could just cause the ChatGPT to hallucinate just a little bit too much. So what I want to do is try and actually constrain it, and also that's going to make the minutes generation faster, because rather than having it generate the minutes in its entirety for all of the meeting as one go, I can actually get it to just write the minutes for each agenda topic all in parallel at the same time, because they're all kind of independent. So I can just say, here's where we started talking about this and ended talking about this. You can have it summarize a set amount of length at a time and use that output to summarize the entirety too. Yeah, it's that I've taken that approach before for some things. I think for this, it might be a bit confusing, because if we just did a fixed amount of time, we might start talking about a new topic. Let's say our fixed time was 30-minute intervals. If we started talking about a new topic like at the 35th minute, then we'll have 5 minutes of talking about the previous topic, and that summarization won't have any context of that previous topic because it's its own separate window. And so I'm not sure that approach is necessarily going to work as well. well, we have a fixed interval. Yeah, topic time markers. I think the topic markers, like, there's a couple of things. I think one is going to help me reduce the context cost overall. Maybe not overall, but not the cost overall, but it will allow me to. I'm not going to hit the limitation of context as much. I could potentially use a cheaper model, potentially 3.5, or even some of the open source large language models. If I don't have to worry about hitting that limit. And then, yeah. Well, so yeah, at some point I'll go in here and be like, okay, this is a marker here, and it's going to be mark time, hosting your own. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't thought about hosting my own language model yet. I saw a load of people speaking about the weekend. I think there was partly because of the whole OpenAI CEO drama that was going on the weekend, but there was a lot of people obviously talking and looking at other models and different approaches that aren't OpenAI. Some of them, was one of them Alpaca? Yeah. Llama is a game changer. Every time I like, is Alpaca based on a llama? Is that what? There's like an instruction model built on top of a llama, and it acts a bit more like ChatGPT or something. Llama is based on. Yeah, I don't know all the details on the llama AI. It's a terrible name. I'm just gonna start with that. It's it's quirky, but it's also a bit of a everything LM. Loads now. Hosting your own Llama AI is game changer. I see what you mean now. That's what you're thinking of. It's open source equals llama. Oh, I see now. That makes sense. Open source llama. Problem is, as I search llama, and this is what I get on the internet. Like, I don't. This is why it's a terrible name. I don't want to search anything llama and end up with just pictures of llamas. Is this just I don't know what I was going to ask there. I need to, one, close this curtain, and also to sit down and go to the GitHub. Get up and running with large language models locally. Downloads Linux and Windows Subsystem Linux too. Some Docker as well. It's pretty cool, I suppose, if you can just run it like that. I don't know what the Alpaca thing was. That was one of the things I saw somewhat. I think, was it Levels.io or something? Can I see him talking about it or something? It's pretty cool. Like, I guess that's pretty cool how you can just use it as a command line tool to kind of pull it, run it, remove it. Alpaca is an instruction following implementation of the llama model. Yeah, I think that's what I saw, I think, when I was. Tweets a lot. That was it. What did he have here? It was like self-hosting Alpaca or fine-tuning that GPT type model. Of a llama running on a server too, and just send it. That is cool. Can you? Is that with? Oh yeah, llama. Yeah. Yeah, where was it? Yeah, I could just run this as a Docker container or a server somewhere, right, and just have it running on that machine. That's cool. I'm going to be back while I just adjust desk and stuff. Okay, back. Okay, cool. Solved this problem now. Now we're here. We've got the text editor. Did you do aviation professionally or just as a hobby? Just as a hobby. I got my license a couple of years ago now. Got it in 2021. 2022. Yeah, I got my license in 2022. I started learning in 2021. But yeah, just as a hobby, I've just got my private pilot's license. Fly a pictures. Probably shouldn't open my photos just there. Let's go back to photo. Let's see, photos. What's the highest altitude? I've just noticed as well, you're not going to hear music while I'm on this scene because I've not really set the scene up. I don't know. I haven't gone above perhaps 7,000 or 8,000 feet. It's probably the highest we've gone. I don't tend to feel the need to go too high. In the UK, the airspace is quite different. It's all quite flat. So there's not really mountains or anything to climb over. When we did a trip to Scotland last year with like the Aero Club, and we were flying between all of the mountains. So I'm trying to find a picture. I don't really know what picture to. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the plane I usually fly. That's up in Scotland, so on that trip that we did. And those were some of the planes that we flew with as well. So it's just a little kind of 4-seater hobby plane. Hobby plane sounds quite derogatory in some ways, but yeah, it's a nice little touring aircraft. There's actually only a few of them in the world. Time I get what it is. An Italian 4-seat single engine plane. Yeah, above 10,000 feet need oxygen. G-forces start acting weird after a certain speed and height. It's fun to hear those stories, also kind of scary. Yeah, G-forces are not so much height, but yeah, speed definitely have an impact there. There's generally a lot of speed associated with G-force. But yeah, I've not done any aerobatics. On the way back, came back in the. I can open up to the same place. Yeah, on the way back, came back in the Chipmunk, and we did a little bit of light aerobatics. For height, because it'll definitely hit you when you're coming down. Only if you're coming like straight down. You have to be like pointing the nose at the ground to experience some of those G-forces. But yeah. Is there a G meter on here? I don't think there is a G meter on this Chipmunk. There. And that airspeed, it's never getting to 300 knots. This plane barely does like 100 knots, if that. So this is overcompensating. VNE is 155 knots, So you can be going pretty fast as well on this plane and still not really pulling too many Gs. Italian scooter of planes. I need to decide what I'm going to work on next, I think. It would be good to work on the saving, I think. That's going to be the next thing. In order to get to the minimum viable version, MVP, what I need to be able to do is edit this, save it back to the database, and continue. And so I think that's where we're probably at. Because I think everything else I can probably do right now. As in, if I go in here and inspect, or I'll refresh this now. I want to see the console logs come out again, so I need to go back down here and log out this data. I tend to talk about the Marchetti as like the Italian sports car, like of general aviation planes anyway. Like an old Italian sports car. Like inside it's got leather seats and quite nice. Got an armrest in the back. It's quite, but it's like old sports car, so it's okay. I want to see the HTML first. One of those luxury old ones that look like bullets. Yeah. Old sports car. Yeah, obviously not the outside, but more like interior, I suppose. Like leather seats. I mean, it's not this nice and well looked after, I suppose. It's an old plane. Like the plane was built in the, I think it's late 60s, early 70s, the one that I fly. So generally that you find that with general aviation planes. There's no mahogany either, obviously it's an aircraft, so weight is always a concern, but and it's still flying. Yeah, but this is the thing with aviation. They go for their annual checks. They go for their 50 hours checks. They are very well maintained and they're very well looked after and monitored and kept an eye on. So generally any issues are going to be found at the next check, and the next check is usually no more than 50 hours away. At least every year. Like generally in aviation there is always a time check, and then there's a time as in how much flying has been done, how much usage that part has used, and then there is a date check, which is okay, it's been a year now, or it's been this long. I suppose you have to with something that's supposed to take people where we normally aren't physically supposed to be. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not like a car where if you've got an issue you can just pull on the side of the road. If you've got an issue in the air, you've got some decisions to make. What was I doing here? So I was converting into HTML. Have you seen the video of the cat just chilling in the wing? Yeah, I have seen that. I have seen that. I can't remember what that was. It was like a kit box. It was like a kit plane, I think, wasn't it? So like a fabric wing, so you can actually get into. There's like an opening, so the cat managed to get into the wing. And I think the passenger notices it, like because it's like above the pilot. So if I change speaker 0 to speaker 1, that changes, which means we're adjusting the speaker properly. Have you any remote idea? So if I add those in, remote idea is added in correctly. Going nowhere, feline has gone before. That cat probably had a bunch of stories. Yeah, you imagine when it got back to its like cat friends. back on the ground. I was like, dude, never guess where I've been. I almost died. Yeah, because I think that was like an open... I don't think it was a fully closed cockpit either, was it? I think it was open. There are quite a few... Yeah, it was open. There's quite a few stories of like animals going up though. It's quite common. People take... Not usually cats. People often take... Yeah, the lady passenger goes crazy. Yeah, people usually take their dogs. I've seen lots of like flying dogs, but not so many flying cats. Okay, so we need to get this back into the format as it was before. Coming up to 4:30, and I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Do we start now, or do we leave it for tomorrow? I'm probably gonna have to go at like probably 5 o'clock my time, so let's maybe go for another half hour. I'd be interested in a flying horse, just to make a horsepower joke. I can't say I've heard of many Pegasus power. Yeah, that'd have been a good one. Pegasus is a make of a plane, isn't it? Plane Pegasus. Is that from air launched rocket? There's a Boeing Pegasus, yeah. Yeah, obviously it's used as a name for a plane. You could probably fit a horse in there, to be fair. Moment woman gives birth on a plane. Alright. Interesting. Anyway. Is that just a bunch of blue roll? Like, blue, what? Is this a paramedic? Oh, I guess this is after they landed. Like, there just so happened to be a paramedic and a midwife all on board, ready to go. Like, what was that about? Okay, let's see. We want to get the elements. Can I grab... land as soon as possible? Yeah, I'd imagine they probably landed as soon as possible. Let's see, what did they... Can you say anything about... The drama unfolded as it was making its final... Oh, okay, so they never took off. They're off to Marseille. People pee outside the small plane. They can't really just... Yeah, it's you just don't pee. Some people take... It's not glamorous. Some people take... what you do is you generally don't fly longer than your bladder will let you. Like most fuel tanks in small general aviation, you'll need to get fuel anyway. So generally, like the flights that you're doing are only an hour or so, and you go to the toilet before. If you need to go somewhere, I guess you hold on to it, and maybe you can try and find somewhere else to land on the way. If you're doing a really long route, some people do the kind of over water crossings when they do the round the world trips in small general aviation planes. Holding for an hour is not great for your kidneys. Well, you're not holding for an hour because you don't need to go for an hour. If you're flying for an hour, you go to the toilet before you leave, and then when you land, if you need to go, you can go. But like generally, you're not holding for that long. If you really needed to go, yeah, sure, I guess you could find somewhere to land. If landing isn't an option because you're doing a long water crossing, or there's just no airfields nearby, you're not going to emergency land in a field because you need to go to the toilet. You could carry a bottle. Yeah, that's where it's going. There are, I think, general. This is going away from the topic of conversation now, but yeah, general aviation, like the bottle, like yeah, disposable urinal. You can get one of these. Disposable travel toilet. I think they're just a bag, and they've got something in that, like transcribing to mid-air waterworks. Yeah, exactly. It's not a topic of conversation I was expecting to talk about. Hey-ho. What are we doing now? We are... So I've got to choose. I can choose to convert the HTML into the JSON, or I can convert the thing into the JSON. Get query collector input dot value JSON dot parse. Maybe at some point I should do a flight sim stream. That would be kind of cool. I do need to do some instrument practice stuff, actually. That is one of the things I'm working on at the moment when it comes to my flying. I'm trying to get my... In the UK, we have a rating called the Instrument Rating Restricted, or the Restricted Instrument Rating. So I'm currently taking that. That allows me to fly in cloud. So my base pilot's license, I can only fly clear of cloud. So... And in the UK, it can be pretty, especially this time of year, as it comes up to December. The tower controller RP in Flight Sim is fun too. Yeah, there's some stuff on there that I could probably do. I find that a lot of that stuff tends to be tailored a lot more to commercial aviation, so I find it quite hard to get into sometimes, because it doesn't quite align with the kind of stuff that I do. So I've kind of ignored the speaker lake. Like, I don't understand. Like, there's a lot of other stuff going on here. There's this, like, language identification. There's segments. Transcripts. Transcripts is all of the words just joined together. So I can generate that pretty easily, because I can just grab the text of what's in here. Speaker label segments. I don't know what's going on there. Because it kind of just gives the end time and the start time and the speaker label, but it doesn't seem to really have the other information in there. So I guess I'm just going to discard the segments, because I don't really understand why. Maybe ask ChatGPT. What the purpose of segments in Amazon transcribe output? I don't know. But result items has all of that already, surely. Amazon transcribe is a nuanced differentiation between items and segments. Okay. Word items are the most granular, and that's kind of the thing we're working with at the moment. Each item represents a word or a punctuation mark. Item includes the start and end time for each word for allowing precise synchronization with the audio, which is what we've got. Critical applications require word level timing like fine-grained subtitle syncing or detailed speech analysis. And then segments are the higher level groupings. They group multiple words, punctuation together. They correspond to sentences or phrases. So I suppose you could have an utterance of someone, and that utterance is broken down into separate groups or segments or paragraphs or whatever. In essence, while items give precise timing, segments offer a more structured and contextual view of the transcription. That sounds great, except when I look at segments, what I'm left with is confusion, because I get the start time and the end time, and I guess there isn't any detail about what that word is. So we've got lots of start, like there's... What is the data structure here? I've got an array of segments. Each segment is owned by a given speaker. Each one of those, so this one here, number 2, is the first one that's spoken by speaker 1. If I refresh, I'm going to lose this, but I imagine this was originally speaker 0, speaker 1, speaker 2. The first one by speaker 2 only has 1 item in it, which I guess matches to that. This one has 36, so I guess there's 36 items there. So this segment starts at 7 seconds, or almost 8 seconds, and ends at 23.819 seconds. And there are 36 items in this segment. Now all of these items, I guess, match up there. And the entire start time was 794. I guess this is the first start time of the item in this list, and then the end last start 23.069. See, even that, like, it's a bit time padded in there for some reason. Don't know what that's all about. I'm wondering if I just rebuild this based on each segment being one of these paragraphs. The other thing that maybe is interesting in here is the segment. So I want to see, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's 36. The 40. So the first thing spoken by speaker 2 should be item 41, or I guess 40 if it's a zero-based index. Right, mate, I'm going to go grab dinner. It's been fun hanging out. No worries. Thank you for being part of the stream. It's been good chatting. I'll see you later. Hope to see you again in the future. And I'll, yeah, I've dropped you a follow as well, so maybe I'll catch one of your future streams as well. Thank you for the raid as well. Fine, so about the 40th index is probably going to be they're all speaker 1. Speaker 2 is over the way at 47. And that's when they say no. No. So the items in here don't even necessarily match up. They probably do if I took that store the object as a global variable. Minimize that. Temp 1.filter. We're going to filter the item. Item.type is equal to pronunciation. I hate spelling that word. And it's given some items still. So what about this one? Is the 40th item in here? Speaker 2. Yes. And that's the one where they say no. Yeah. So after filtering out the punctuation, I'm left with pronunciation, and that matches the exact number of items in the segmentation. But the segmentation doesn't really feel that valuable or useful. The segmentation is kind of closer to the data structure I want, but they've kind of made it awkward to get it out. But putting it in will be easy enough. It'll be very different to what I've got right now. But so I think that's the plan. I think in terms of the data structure to get it into that format, HTML feels like a pain to be able to manipulate. So I think it's gonna be easiest if we deal with this JSON object, because this is essentially the segments, and what's news? This is the segments, and then each one of those segments has content or items, and each one of those has the text of what was said, and it has a mark which has the information about when it started and ended. Bit of an annoying way of doing it, but it's kind of in there. And then anything that's not got a mark can get filtered out. I think what I'm going to do as well is the utterance node type. Utterance. Does that work? It's space. They'll say paragraph. I want you to be an utterance. I think I can fix that. I just need to build the paragraph node from scratch rather than extending it. But for now, I think I can solve that. And then we've got the attrs there for the speaker. So all the data actually kind of is here in this format. So let's open up this. Build what do I want to call this? Mapper? Make convert tip tap to transcribe. Export default that's not right. Data. Let's just leave that there for now. What we'll do maybe is return data. We'll import from there, and then we'll convert it and console it out. We're not doing anything with that right now, so we'll just see what it does. That is our content. Everything's in content. It's an array. What do we want to do? Just flatten it into items, and then we build the segments off. or do we just build the segments and then flatten it afterwards? I think we build the segments, but then I've got to remove. I don't want to build the segments. If we build the segments and then we flatten the segments, we still have to go back to the segments and then remove the thing. So it might be slower, but I can probably just do this when you X out of the field. Let's just see first. Let's not go for performance. We'll just get the very base in. We'll get this out so we can kind of see what's going on. So const segments or const utterances equals data.content right. Sometimes GPT does a really good job at some stuff. So data.content is the thing. The speaker is equal to the utter's speaker. The words is equal to the utterance content. It's an array. That has a type which actually isn't on atters, so that kind of struggled there. One of the things we need to do is kind of filter. Oh, we're in adverts. One of the things we need to do is filter the words. We only equals. There should only be one mark on all of these in our editor. We can make an assumption there. So we can do word.marks 0 dot atters. Well, I guess actually we can just grab type and atters out of there. And then we can also just grab the start and end out of the atters. Now the text is just gonna be the text. Now there's a few things we need to filter out. We don't care if there's no marks, we need to filter it out. Got filter word dot marks dot length. There's no word marks, we don't care. We don't care. Alright. And then I guess we'll just return the utterances for now. Alright. Alright. Alright, give it to us then. Refresh. Space. Oh, dead. I heard a notification-y sound. I don't know where it's coming from. Must have a streaming. Yes. Yep. Yeah. Pop, 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 pop. Hey, have you any? Cannot read properties of undefined reading zero. Which would make me think that marks is the only place I'm using 0. Transcribe, convert to zip up, transcribe, line 7, 73, 44. So it's that 0 there, but it's more than 0. I filtered the wrong way. I can just do truthy, right? But the marks. Have you any? Yeah, cool. Fine. We're live at the Rails After, yeah. And then if I go in here and actually hello world, obviously there's a bunch more. Every time that typed it, it's all a bunch of stuff there. Oh, thank you for the subscription. Ordinary Hero. I recognise your name. You might. You've changed your name at some point. Who were you before? I've not been around for a while. Thank you for the sub though. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to figure out who you are now. Dumber. Yeah, you have changed your name. How's it going? I haven't seen it in a long time. I thought I was like, I know you, but I don't know your name. Like, why is your name's changed? I keep seeing it pop up. I'm like, all good. How's things? Yeah, good, thank you. I'm between stuff at the moment, like work-wise, so doing a bit more streaming. Been building out an app that I'm working on, so thought I would stream it. Why not? Yeah. What have you been up to? Hello world. That goes in there. That's cool. And then if I add the dot, then type word. That's not actually the type, is it? The type is in the actually in here. Unless I added more marks for type punctuation. I've been lurking here for a while, but being on course, just surviving. Cool, thank you for following along. Just surviving, I think, is probably how I'd describe life as well, lately, most of the time. Word punctuation? Exclamation mark. Pretty much my default setting these days. Doesn't mean time is flying, but yeah, that is the problem. I think sometimes you can get into a bit too much of a routine, and then once we're in that routine of just doing the same, somewhat monotonous, but sometimes not monotonous stuff, it just flies by. Need the variation to keep it, stop it from flying past. Every time I look at the word pronunciation, it looks wrong. I don't know why. It looks wrong. Let's see. I want to see what the original data structure looked like. So I need to create something that's kind of like this. Means I probably need the original JSON as well. I probably don't need the original. Because I can just replace the results. Maybe I'm just building the results out, which means actually what I'm doing here is definitely take something to drag me out of routine and end up realizing a whole year has flown by almost on autopilot. Yep. I can't believe we're in November. Like that is mind blowing. Like there's a few things I could probably mention about this year, but I'd struggle after a short time. Stuff in here like transcripts. I'm not really at the point where I can return that stuff yet. I'll return utterances just because it's there. I need to take utterances and flatten it. I can do an array flat map, right? What's this? Array 1 flat map. That's where you return an array. I'm the same, a few highlights here and there, and then there are big gaps, so just day-to-day stuff. I have no idea what I did at the time. Yeah, exactly. It just disappears. I don't want to. I need to flatten the array. The problem is, it's not just an array of arrays. I guess flat map is what I need. I'm looping over the array, and I'm going to return another array, and then it's all going to get flattened. Flat map is what I want. Flat map. So I guess what I'm doing here is items items whose utterances dot flat map. Take the utterance. And then return the array. Probably could have just done a flat map here, right? Flat map here. Probably would have done it. And then I could have just chunked it up again. We already have a chunk wall. Yes, maybe let's do that. Flat map. And then items. Otherwise we're going to loop and then loop and loop, and I don't want to loop all those times. I can optimize it later. Flat map it. That means we're now going to return this, which means we're now going to include the speaker label here as the speaker. The type start time is start. The end time is time. End, not time. What are we going on here? The type is fine, that can carry through. And then we have alternatives. pass the confidence in. So we don't have text. What we have is alternatives, which is an array. And in the alternative, we have the content, which is the word.text. Confidence 0. To do add confidence. I need to pass that down into the editor. And then that works, I think. And that gets us items. Mostly in the same structure. The only thing I'm missing is confidence. Then if I refresh, space, items, an array. Looks pretty close. These only want adding if we are in a... If the type is pronunciation, that's the only time we should add those, otherwise they shouldn't be there. Item. We return the item at the end, and then we just do if type equals pronunciation. So we're only going to add it if there's pronunciation there. And then there are two words, and the words don't have start time because I manually added them in afterwards. Feels fairly close. And then the other bit that I need to do is just to press in the... I need to make the speaker labels part. Language identification. No point really changing that. I can pass that along from the previous file, from the previous stuff. We're not editing the language identification, we're not editing the language codes. Same with speakers. I mean, the speakers, we might change the number of speakers. If we decide actually there's one less speaker, we might need to do that somehow. But for the editor itself, that's probably something else that's doing that. Or the speakers as a count, we could flip back by saying actually there's no one else who's speaker 7 now, and that speaker 7's gone. That means our UI probably needs a way of adding speaker 7 back in if we choose actually there's not enough speakers or whatever. Transcripts is an easy one, should be easy. We're mapping and then joining with a space. Kind of. That's items. Const segments equals items. I need to chunk while. I need to do the chunk while logic, which we do somewhere. Oh, it's in transcription. Transcription. Yes. I guess what I'm really doing is building this out again, but import chunk while what have we got here? We've got chunk while, and then instead of that it's just items now, where the speaker labels are the same. Segments, our segments are going to be slightly different. It's just, does this return an array of arrays? I think it does. Return an object. Is it an object? Or isn't it? It is an object, because then we've got the speaker label is the first. Items are the segment. Is the segment is an array. Segment items. The start time will be equal to the start time of the first item. The end time will be the last item's end time. And then the items in that list also need mapping, because we're going to get rid of the we're not going to have the alternatives is the bit that's different there. In fact, what I think I can do here is just do not that, and we can do the speaker label, item speaker label, start time is the start time, end time is the end time. We're not doing the alternatives because we don't care about them for some reason in here. That'll go there like that. And that gets us segments, I believe. So now I can refresh this. We'll do space. We've got 238 segments. The segments have the speaker label, the start time. We need to filter. That's the other thing. Like, items with time. Okay, this gets a bit more tricky. Those need to be set, and so items with time is how I'm getting those. I'm going to change this to segment items, camel case rather than underscore case. Items with time, and then the other one is like items is not equal to punctuation. Okay, because these should all have end times, is the problem there. Segments. Beautiful. And even if I go hello world, they are in the first segment. They should be. Should they be? 1, 2, 3, 4. Filter where the item. Segmentable items is the segment items filter where the item type. Oh, hang on. Because I picked the first item in this list, which segments. It's got 6 in it. They don't have start and end times though. I need to work that out at some point. Perhaps I just, rather than doing that, they just have to have time. So then even though I go hello world, I go in here in segments, kind of just ignores the fact that they exist because there's no time data for them. It still thinks there's just 4 references to time, but then when you check items, the words are in there with their alternative. The confidence of 0. I need to set the confidence level on all of the words. I need to pass that through. In fact, that should be fairly easy to do. Let's do that now. We'll add in a new attribute called confidence. Set the default to null. Everything else in there should be handled. When we create new words, we should be pretty high confidence because we're creating the words. Confidence 1. There isn't a confidence. Is there a confidence level for punctuation? I'm off for today. Have a good evening. I'll keep out more streams. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for the subscription as well. Yeah, I'm planning on streaming more. I should be on tomorrow, and then probably won't be on at weekends. Might squeeze in one this weekend. I'm not sure yet. On Tuesday, I'm off. I'm away on holiday for a few days, so I'll probably be streaming Monday, and then I'll be off the rest of the week, and then I'll be back. Hopefully a bit more regular schedule. But yeah, thanks for following and watching and subscription. Okay, let's is in here. Punctuation. Does punctuation? Awesome. I'll try to pop in when I can. Cheers. Thank you. Confidence 0.0. That's really low confidence. Is that just punctuation? Just always has a confidence of 0. Okay. We're gonna go 1. Apparently it's a string, but hey. What about when it's not? Yeah. Okay. It's like a float wrapped in a string. Cool. We'll keep it maintained. The transcription itself will set the confidence equals word dot confidence. Confidence. So now in items, they don't have confidence yet because I've not done that part. That's the next bit. Word dot confidence, or it'll be atters dot confidence, right? Or just confidence in here. And then in here, items, we should have confidence, and then the words that we put in should have a confidence of 1. For some reason they're now thingies, so if we're going to use numbers, we might as well use numbers. Let's just items, words, alternatives, confidence 1. Cool, and it's coming up to 5:15, so I think I might leave it there. Been about coming up to 5-hour stream. It's been a good stream. Thank you for all the follows. First raid, couple of follows throughout the session as well. First subscription since starting up again. So yeah, I think I'm going to wrap up there. As I said, I'll be on tomorrow, similar time. I think kind of midday to afternoon slot. Might start a little bit earlier. Finally passed this bug as well. So glad about that. First couple of hours of the stream was playing that, and it was a pain, and I hated that part of my life. But we're past it, and we're moving on, and we're making good progress. I think there's a lot of exciting stuff coming up. I'm quite keen to get this editor playing with the text as well, so we can listen to the audio and have it highlighting text. I can type as it's doing that. I think that's probably one of the next things I want to play around with once we finish up wrapping up this this code here to convert the content in the editor back into our AWS transcribe format. We can then save that to our database. We'll have stuff going on there. Yeah, I'm excited. It's coming together, and I think very quickly we're going to have something that's going to look pretty cool. That's going to work pretty well. Yeah. That is it for today. I think tomorrow we'll continue that, and we'll see what we get to. I can close this. We can close down all of our tabs. I practice this. This is one of the things I always practice. End of the day, once you finish doing your coding, close all your tabs, because there's no reason you need them. You can come back to them. You can find them again. You don't need to save. I know so many people that will just hoard their tabs up. Or be like loads of little tiny boxes, and I'm like, close them all. You don't need them. Let it go. Stop being a tab hoarder. If you're a tab hoarder, it's fine. You can continue to be a tab hoarder. But for me, I like tidy tab bar, tidy mind. I'm a bit OCD on my tab management. We're building up a bit of a change in our source control. We will do a commit tomorrow, I think will be the plan. We'll commit regardless. But I think we'll get to a point tomorrow where we'll have the basis of a editor experience where we can make some changes, save them back to a database. And I think that makes sense as a commit. So I think we're getting there. Again, thank you all for streaming. I've been Josh. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Dark. Hey, bye. Hope you've been well, man. I'll catch you next time, hopefully. Thanks for following us. I see you lurking there now. Bye.